Hello, hello. There you go. Thank you for the heads up on the sound. And all right, cool. I was getting a little reverb there. Is everything good on your side, Daniel? Either Daniel? What's up, Rarely Even? We've been tweeted. We've been Facebooked out. Let me move down my light here because it's in my way. Gotta see the television. Raphael will be back shortly. I have on the number 70 jersey for a reason. Let me see if you can. What's up, that's Mel Mel? Hey, what's up? What's up, Mosh? Mike Mosh is here. Buy a jersey for Mosh, everyone. What's up, Carbs? I'm really excited today because I really think that we, as many needs as we have, I think that we're going to do very well in this draft. But the thing is, it's hard to make movements down there at number 18 because you don't know what the top part of the draft is going to do. You have no idea how these players are going to fall. So there might be a gem there for us at 18, and that's what I mean. With so much movement, I think somebody could slip through the cracks. You know what I'm saying? One of those guards or Vaccaro or somebody that's that's projected in the top 10, 15. I think one of those guys will fall, which would be great if it's one that feels a need. Yeah, Chris Thompson Star is another one. Star Louis is another one. He's falling, and he might be there for us. You know what I'm saying? We have no clue. Who do we take? I think we take tonight is the best player available, as long as we can use that player. Whoever's the top, at the highest on the draft board, whether it be offensive line, defensive line, safety, anything but a tight end. I'm sorry, Tyler Eifert, I like you, but we're okay there. I think with Hannah, but we can use almost anything other than linebacker, tight end, quarterback, and corner. Anything else would be good in that first pick, in my opinion. I'm not a huge fan of Kenny Vaccaro, but everybody likes him. He's scoring well with all these scouts or whatever. They know more than me. So, what's up, Dakota? How's it going, Ryan? Greetings from Denmark. We have Boris. How's it going over there, man? Thanks for joining us on this side. There are a lot of Cowboy fans over there in Europe and that check in with the with me in this show and stuff like that. So I'm happy to help be a bridge to what's going on over here, guys. Rarely even. That's one thing that I'm worried about this draft class. Being like 2009 if we trade out of the first round because there's like everybody knows that we need more talent. We need a lot of talent. And if we drop down a little bit, we may get another pick here and there. But the scary part of that situation is, like you said, the 2009 draft when when you take players that late in the draft, it's more of a chance that they won't pan out in the long term. And even though Victor Butler gave us some good times and things of that sort, they're all gone now. And that leaves a big hole in our roster. Mayak is giving you guys the truth. Jeff Miller says no to Vaccaro. I'm telling you, Jeff. When I looked at Vaccaro on his YouTube videos, nothing popped out at me. Nothing was like, man, this guy, we gotta have this guy. Blah blah blah. Like Ed Reed, I can still remember watching Ed Reed's Miami stuff, and it was like, whoa. And I was hoping we got him. If you remember that draft, I was hoping we would get Ed Reed there late in the draft, but we didn't. But I just don't see that much with Vaccaro, but he's in present scout. So hey, what up, NJTK 100 1000? Yeah, Daniel, I kind of shot that rumor down. What's my Twitter at? I kind of tried to shoot that rumor down on Twitter about us going after a tight end. I can't wait till Raphael gets back so we can ask him about that. What do I think of Dez saying Honey Badger is the best player in the draft? He might be. I'm telling you. That's one of the players. I was talking to one of my boys earlier today. That's one of the players I'm really looking at to see where they go in this draft is the Honey Badger, because I think he is an immediate impact player. I think he will have the impact of a top 5 player in the NFL. I really do. The only downside is how long will he give you that, that top play? Will he, become a star and then blow up on you in a year and a half, or do something crazy in 2 years down the road, or whatever? And if you think about it, you only have, if you're taking a chance with the Honey Badger, you have a small window that you really have to worry about. We're almost out of that window with Dez, where they're still young and it's time for them to mature. And then once they mature, you have lesser problems with keeping them inside and not having them in the clubs and all kind of other craziness. So you have to keep that little window, that first contract probably with the rookie, and if he proves himself, then he'll get a second contract or whatever. So it's a good place for somebody to pick up Honey Badger. My guess for the Honey Badger is Tampa Bay. That's my guess, off the hand guess, and that would be really nasty to have Revis, the Honey Badger, and those safeties. Boris said it's late as hell over there in Europe. Yeah, Dakota, I'm not feeling us trading out of the first round, man. I think 18. I think the way this movement is going, we may be able to get some sort of stud, if it's Star or someone, one of those guards at 18. I just think it. Well, maybe not the guards, because they've been talking about those guys are going. What's my take on Eric Reed? I just don't know about Eric Reed at 18. You know what I'm saying? Eric Reed is an option if we somehow move down from like 18 to maybe like 28, 29, 30 or something like that. And then we can pick up a third rounder, or maybe Raphael will know more about the value of the picks later on. But I don't see Eric Reed at 18, man. I don't know. Matt Elam, Eric Reed, all those guys in the same boat. I see them at the bottom of the first round. You know what I'm saying? If we drop down there to the bottom, we can catch one of those good safeties. I'm trying to keep up with the comments. That smell, if there's a tight end, yeah, I will be doing a lot of cursing also, and I don't curse on my show, but I will say a few. Already covered Eric Reed. Get an O-line. The reason why I'm wearing Leonard Davis's jersey is to remind everybody how we suck at offensive line and how we have invested all this money in the next few years into a quarterback. Therefore, we need to protect that quarterback to the best of our abilities. So, this needs to be taken care of. Jeff Miller wants the honey badger. I kind of want the honey badger too. It's just scary wanting the honey badger and Dez being on the same team. Man, we could lose everything in one crazy night. What do I think about Sheldon Richardson? I like Sheldon Richardson. I got a lot of pushback when I had him in our my mock draft, but I think I like Sheldon Richardson. I think he'll fit out good. Mike Mosh, I think this is your jersey. This is a Mosh. This is a Mosh special, everyone. This is a Mike Mosh, South of Heaven 88 jersey. Yeah, Rally. That's why my guess is to the Bucks, because I don't know how I have so many. I have a few Bucks fans, and I don't know how that pans out on how that happens. But they were telling me how high the Bucks are on the Honey Badger and how they've had him in. So we'll see. Thoughts on the Revis trade for both teams? Rarely. I think Revis going to Tampa Bay presents another problem for us in the NFC. I really do. I think Tampa Bay is set up to where they have built a solid football team on the same way as like San Francisco has and Seattle has, to where they can make it with just a quarterback. You know what I'm saying? That those guys are rookie, they're young, they make rookie mistakes and things of that sort, but the teams are still moving forward with those quarterbacks. I think Tampa Bay, with their offensive line, their great offensive line, with Doug Martin, who's a beast running back, who appears to be a beast running back, and now with the defensive side of the ball, they already could stop the run pretty well, but now they've got to figure out how to stop the pass, and Revis and those safeties, they're going to help out a lot in Tampa Bay. What do I think of the 49ers trade for the 18th pick? 49ers is one of the teams that I'm really watching in this draft. I really am, because they have so much ammunition. They have so many picks. But when you look at their roster is pretty full. Their backups are pretty full, you know what I'm saying? So it'll be hard for them to take. I think they got 13 picks or 12 picks or something like that. It's hard for me to think they're going to make all those picks and then have a spot for them on your football team. You know, they'll have like NFL buzzards flying over their training camp waiting for them to cut people. You know what I'm saying? So it seems to me that San Francisco will try to make some kind of move to move up in the draft. I just hope they don't get a dynamic person like a Tavon Austin or something like that in the first round or anything of that caliber, because I just can't handle much more talent going to San Francisco. All right, Kevin Rowell says, if Cooper, Womack, and Vicario are all off the board, I would like to see us trade back with Minnesota and get a third rounder. They can still Teo from the Bears, and we can get some quality players. Yeah. Yeah, and get an extra third round. And yeah, I think there should be some talent, and there will be a possible starter there in the third round. We're just so pressed in this draft. We've got to find. We not only have to have a starter in the first round, we have to have a starter in the second round, and at least a potential starter in the third round. If we can get 2 picks in that third round and get 2 potential starters, hopefully one of them will definitely pan out. It's the best we can do. Yeah, no lie. I mean, I'm a Lattimore fan, and that's another person I'm going to be watching and see where he goes. But we can't have 2. I was telling my boys, we can't have 2 gimpy running backs. You know what I'm saying? Lattimore needs to go to somewhere where he can sit behind a solid starter and not even think about playing this next year and get his knee fully healthy. And then if he can come back next year as the same Marcus Lattimore, which is a big question, if he comes back as that, he will be a monster. That's no doubt. Ryan Seaver said, yes, sir, come up with San Francisco. Come and get ours. This is to Marcos Rangel. He says, hi Shango, big fan from Richmond, Texas. Do you think we could draft a diamond in the rough running back? I really hope so. And my guy is in Clemson. I really hope we can get him. But there's a lot of good running backs out there. But running back is one of those positions. Running back, wide receiver, that you can get someone a little later. And you can put them in your system, and somehow they possibly could work in your system. Like wide receiver, we can get a wide receiver late because we have Tony Romo. We have a good quarterback to be able to get the ball to him and things of that sort. So running back a little bit later. Hopefully we can get Andre Ellington from Clemson. But if we can't, we just need somebody with to replace Felix basically. Go down. Hi, DL Weirdo. I don't know. Keep mine is not freezing. My site is not freezing on YouTube. Just keep refreshing, or you may just want to open up another browser for it. Your browser may be full. Alexis Lewis. Hey Shango, this is my first time joining the live stream. Welcome. Glad to be here. But hey, do you think we need a center? And if so, what do you think about Clint Holmes from USC? We need interior lineman and a tackle. And I know they talked about moving Doug Free inside. I want to move Doug Free outside of Valley Ranch. You know what I'm saying? I want him all the way out. So yes, I do think we need to load up on players in the interior, because that causes the quick pressure to Tony Romo, which would cause a lot of issues with him throwing interceptions and things of that sort. So we need some big nasties. We're not going to get Cooper. We're probably not going to get Warmack. We can pray. I'm not going to do two hands. I'm going to do one. We can pray that one of those guys fall. But otherwise, we do need to get a guard, and we do need to get center. I know they're using McKenzie there at center, but I'm not a believer. We need to get somebody in there to fight McKenzie, and I think Khalil Holmes is one of them that can do that. Daniel said instead of Leonard Davis, because I guess Leonard Davis is still playing, he would have wore a Mark Colombo jersey. Oh, you loved Mark Colombo. Mark Colombo was fine. Mark Colombo was he was a Bill Parcells guy, so I never had a problem with pretty much any of his guys except Barbie Carpenter. Enemy Castle says, Shango, we need to trade up for Leon Sandcastle. Leon used to play for us, man. Leon will mess up his toe and not play anymore. So we have the inside scoop on what goes on with Leon. Leon, if we're front runners, Leon is playing like crazy. If we're not winning, Leon is limping somewhere. Astro XTI. He said, dude, the way the numbers work out, all the good people were gone at 18. We need to just trade back and get the top player on the top rated player on the Cowboys board at that time. I agree with you. When I did the mock draft, and I was just freaking out because all the players that I would want, other teams had the same interest in that player, and that player was high on their board. So it does look like there won't be anyone there at 18th. The only reason why I'm excited is because all this movement, there will be trades. I know there will be a lot of trades going on in this draft, but when the trades happen, it can mess up everything, and it could cause somebody to fall through the cracks and stuff like that. So we'll be there at 18 like this. If Star falls at 18, will you take him over Sheldon Richardson? I don't know. I'm thinking about that. I'm kind of iffy on Star. I didn't look at Star that much because I never expected him to be this far down in the draft. But now like I like Deion Jordan or something like that. But now since he's down here, I kind of like Sheldon Richardson because I think Sheldon Richardson we won't have to worry about his health or whatever. I don't know how serious the heart thing is with Star and things of that sort. So yeah, it's a really weird thing with Star. I don't know if he's sitting there at 18. I don't know if I grab him. Let's see. I'm going up through the thing. No Lattimore, please. Rarely even ask whose is my favorite player in this draft. The most interesting, I think the Honey Badger. I gotta go with Tyrann Mathieu. I love to watch him at LSU. The player I love, the kid. I'm real skeptical of. But the ball skills and the way that guy can play football, there's no denying it. There's no denying it whatsoever. That's Mel, absolutely. If any team in the NFC trades or helps the 49ers go up in the draft, you can kiss everybody else in the NFC's behind. I wanted to cuss, but I didn't. I'll save it for when we draft a tight end. But yeah, no one helped those guys out.
Somebody's going to help them out, Shango.
No.
They may not want to, but they have too many picks. Somebody's going to help them out.
I know. That's what I was saying. I was just telling them that they don't have enough spots on their roster for those picks.
No, and you know they the sad thing is they're in a perfect position. They can work both ways. They can try to move up and target one or two players they really like this year.
Yeah.
And they can do the New England thing where they can, next year is widely considered to be a much stronger draft than this year's. They can see maybe if they can deal some of their extra seconds and pick up that second pick they have in the second round. Maybe they can turn that into a first rounder next year and get a real marquee player. So they can double dip. They can take one now and they can take one later, and that's scary. But you look at the NFC West, and that's everybody in there is arming up.
Yes, they are.
Not the Cardinals so much, but the Rams are. This is their another double dip draft off the Redskins trade, the RG3 trade, and Seattle signed a lot of free agents. They're going for it too.
Yeah.
And then of course, look, Atlanta was 4 yards away from the Super Bowl, and they have a history of going up and targeting one or two players who can make a difference for them. So those are three teams right there: Seattle, San Francisco, and Atlanta, who could be very aggressive today. Well, not so much Seattle because they've already traded their first-round pick for Percy Harvin. But the other two, don't be surprised if you see them jump in around Dallas's neighborhood looking for a guy.
Yeah, and getting who they want, the one person they want, the final piece that they think they need to put them over the top. Yeah, that makes sense. You can go ahead and hit your video, I think, so you can.
Okay. Let me pull it up here. Are you there? What have I done?
I mean, you're still there. I guess you just gotta activate your video again.
Okay, hang on a second. I'm looking for my video icon. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Hello, everybody.
All right, now we are full. We are full. That is Rafael Vela. He's from CowboysNation.com. He's been following the Cowboys longer than me, and I've been doing it a while. So this guy knows exactly what he's talking about, and he knows more about that organization than he probably wants to know.
That's certainly been true about the last 7-8 years.
Exactly. All right, one guy's got a question, Raphael. He says, what do we think of D. Milliner? He's been falling.
I don't think they're going to take a cornerback in the draft.
Yeah.
They invested so heavily in cornerbacks last year. I mean, look at the money and picks that they invested in Morris Claiborne and in Brandon Carr. And look, they still have a nickel corner who's on a big contract. Maybe they regret that, but
he's not too trustworthy. But I don't see us going corner in the first 3 rounds at all, at least. But
that's a position that you always fill. It's just like a receiver. Once you get into later rounds, you can never have enough corners in the pipeline. They get hurt. But they're not going to spend a priority pick on a cornerback, not with all of the other needs that they have on that team.
But I'm gonna keep an eye on this kid because I didn't like him at all. I watched his combine closely, and he looked like that Tyrann Mathieu was getting under his skin by performing so well, and he was dropping balls, and he looked nervous. And if you're nervous in that environment, you're gonna be really nervous on Sunday. So I'm really interested to see how he pans out.
Well, are you still talking about D. Milner?
Yeah, Milliner. Yeah,
Well, he's played in a lot of big games.
that's
in his
true.
career in Alabama.
That's
so
true.
The Alabama guys, I would tend to give them a pass. I don't think I would say any of them or any of the LSU players are guys who I would consider as being nervous.
Yeah.
Football.
Yeah.
They play big games just about every week in their conference and in their bowl games and in their non-conference games. They're used to being the target. So they're used to having, people talk about teams like the Cowboys always being a priority game for their opponents, for just about every opponent. Well, these guys at Alabama, LSU, the big programs, especially the SEC guys, they're used to that.
Very true. Very true. Very true. But it was another SEC guy that was tearing him up, by the way.
When they face each other, that's another story.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see where he falls. We were just talking about that before you got on. That I think he can be a real impact player for a team. It's just that how long will he be an impact player? Will he fade out on you with troubles in a couple of years or something like that? But I think he can come in the league and play and impact the team tremendously.
This is still Milner.
No, I'm talking about Tyrann Mathieu now. They were asking about him earlier.
Okay. Well, somebody's going to take a chance on it. And the people that I've talked to, it's funny. When he first had his off-field problems, I was talking to people back in January, February. I said, what about this guy? And a lot of people were saying, no, maybe somebody will take a late-round chance on him. As the closer we get to the draft, people say, they start to say, oh, well, maybe somebody will take a flyer on Tyrann Mathieu around the fourth round. About 3 or 4 weeks ago, I started hearing third round.
Yeah.
And the last week, I'm starting to hear people say second round. Actually, he's saying he thinks he's going to go in the second round.
Okay.
But I would not be surprised if he's picked tomorrow at some point.
Yeah, neither. So now just to get to the Cowboys draft, who?
But before we move on,
okay.
I'm getting conflicting information on him. A couple people that I talked to said, "Oh, definitely not. He's not going to be on their draft board. He's a troublemaker."
Right.
And I'm certainly not going to go into details, but I do understand that. I'll just say this: whatever was said about him in the press when his trouble first broke, my understanding is that his problems were much more extensive than that.
Yeah.
Obviously that. But I did hear from one source 3 weeks ago or so that he'd heard the Cowboys were, in fact, I won't say interested, let's just say they were intrigued by him. They hadn't ruled him out, which is what other people had been saying. So who knows?
Yeah. The thing that soured me on him was I saw the interview on the NFL Network, and he didn't seem sure of himself. He wanted to go to a team that would take care of him and make sure that he doesn't get in trouble. And I didn't like that as much as I would a person that would want to do that for himself, and then the team would help him achieve his goal. So
right. And we've seen how the Cowboys have fared with players who fit that profile, especially defensive backs over the last really 10, 12 years. It's not a happy story.
Right.
You can go back to Dwayne Goodrich. You can go back to the gentleman's name escapes me. He went to Ohio State. They took him in 02 or 02. He'll come to me a little bit. But, a long history of guys, going back into the 90s, certainly in the Jerry Jones era, very talented, but troubled off the field. And it seems that almost to a player, they come to the Cowboys. And even though we hear about, this off-field program and that, Calvin Hill is there and there's all this support in place, it seems that these guys kind of revert to form. And a year or two into their pro careers, they find themselves in trouble in some way. And this team can't afford to take risks like that.
Right.
This draft is so important. They've had two, I won't say great drafts, but they've had two solid drafts. And as we don't need to tell the story about '08 and '09 and how bad they've turned out to be, but 11 and 12 have been pretty good, and 10 at least at the top with Sean Lee and Des
Right.
Bryant. You've got some top level talent there, so they've got a little bit of a run going. And whether they break beyond 8 and 8 or they kind of hang in that kind of squishy middle of the league is going to depend on what they do in these next 3 days. So Jason Garrett knows his job is writing on this draft. Probably a lot of the coaches on this staff know that their jobs are probably writing on this draft.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see a lot of swing for the fences picks here this year, and I'm fine with that. I don't know how you feel about it, but
Yeah,
I'm fine.
I'm good. I'm good. You know why I'm good with that? Because nuts and bolts picks are best this year because of the uncertainty of next year. If you have nuts and bolts, you can use those nuts and bolts to build in another way for another coach that comes in the next year. If we get a certain specialty player for Jason Garrett's system, or then we may not be able to utilize him next year or something like that. So I'm with that 100%.
Well, and also nuts and bolts picks. You got to have players. It's funny that we've heard Jerry Jones recently. Certainly back in February when he was shaking up the coaching staff a little bit, talking about disappointment and the team lacked depth, and there always seemed to be a player short or a win short. And you look at some of these risky picks that they've taken over the last several years, or just these washout drafts that it seems like one bad pick cascades into three or four bad or 5 or 10 bad picks, and you would hope that at some point there's some self scouting and some reflection going on with the people in the higher levels of the coaching staff and the scouting staff, and certainly the Jones family, and say, hey, maybe we're the problem.
Mm.
Maybe we are playing this too fast and loose. So um, yeah, this is important. This is a very important draft right
Yes, it
now.
is, and that's what I think. A lot of us have a little, a small amount of fear of. We're like in no man's land. It's like most of the mocks have most of the good players being gone by 18. The players that you would want to get at that position. Otherwise, you would have to probably reach for a defensive tackle or reach for a safety or something like that. But on the other side of the coin, people don't want to move down in a draft or out of the first round at all, and end up like the 2009 draft when you
Right.
have a lesser chance of those guys making it because they are later round picks. And then what happened is just none of them panned out. So we don't want that to happen again because we had a lot of picks, in that year, and it's just they were late and they were all chances.
I'm gonna. It's funny. I'm looking at my Twitter feed. I just got a question. Maybe you've
Okay.
answered it, and if you've answered it already, well, I'll just pass on it. But
Okay. Go ahead.
apparently, there are rumors that the Cowboys may trade out of the first. I haven't heard of that. Um,
How do you feel
I
about
don't.
that?
I don't think that's an advisable path. Um, on the other hand, I do think that some of this information that's been coming out, certainly in the last 24 hours, that they're very intrigued by Tyler Eifert.
Yeah.
Uh, I talked about that earlier today. I think the I think the strategy there is that they know that there are a lot of teams, especially in the back end of this first round,
Yeah.
who like him.
Yeah.
He's the one special tight end. He's kind of a cut above the other players.
Yeah.
I mean, Cowboys can make an argument that um, Cowboys, can make the argument that they could use him, and
Mm,
argument, Jason Witten, we don't know. He had a very shaky year last year. Statistically, he had over 100 catches. It was a record year for him. But if you look at the production, what those 100 or so catches, I don't know the exact number, what they produced, it was not the same guy.
yeah.
And we can
Yeah.
point to the spleen injury and say, okay, yeah, he had a spleen injury, and he probably should not have played in September.
Right.
That we saw he had affected him. He was dropping passes. He was just
Yeah. He wasn't himself at all.
he was not himself at all. But even after he came back, this was more of a move the chains Jason Garrett than we're used to. I mean, Jason Witten that we're used to, catching 7 yard passes, 8 yard passes. It's kind of this little run up the hash mark and cut inside, give Tony Romo a target and catch it. We didn't see the same as many kind down the field plays as we're used to from him,
Yeah.
or the Cowboys would put him in space, or the Cowboys would just send him, into that deep third and let him match him up against safeties or linebackers and let him make big plays that way. And so I am wondering if he's close. If we might see the gas gauge is getting close to empty. And it would be a horrible thing if they passed on a guy who could be a special tight end and they fill the need and everybody's happy and say, okay, hey, they got an offensive guard. And then we go into the year and say guard is filled. And then we see that, oh, yes, Jason Witten is in fact, hitting the wall. And then, it's kind of you patch one hole and another springs open. Having said all that, and I know I'm giving you the long-winded answer, I still think they have to go, as what everybody says, they have to go with linemen.
Yeah.
But Eifert is a very intriguing player. He's a quality player. He probably has a first-round grade. I know the Giants are thinking about it.
Right. Chicago was too, I think.
Chicago's talking about him.
Yeah.
And he seems like a very attractive pick to the Atlanta Falcons, who begged Tony Gonzalez to come back for one more.
They said they called in to ESPN about a rumor with Carolina being interested in him. I can't understand that one, but hey, if Eifert goes before us, it would be awesome.
If Carolina takes Tyler Eifert, all Cowboys fans should do a happy dance.
I know.
And the main reason, one is obviously here's a player who's rated around 17, 18, maybe a little lower than the Cowboys pick or around the Cowboys pick, who suddenly has moved up into the top 15. So that could push another player down. More importantly, Carolina has been seen for months as a team that is with absolute certainty going to take a defensive tackle.
Right.
Everybody looks at the Panthers and says they need a defensive tackle. They need a defensive tackle. They need a defensive tackle. Okay, so if they go for a tight end, one of the defensive tackles is suddenly loose. And to add to that, I had a post. I was talking to a couple sources today. I'm getting some what I think is pretty good information, or what I know is pretty solid information. And one of the things that I heard late in the afternoon, which again is intriguing, and especially in context with the Carolina news, is that the Raiders, who have been at the third pick, who again they're another team where everybody looks at them and says they have to take defensive tackle. That's their biggest need. Sheriff Floyd has been linked to them. Star Latulele has been linked to them. Every one of the big defensive tackles, those two specifically, have been put in the Raiders' basket. Yeah. And now I'm hearing they want to move down. More than a defensive tackle, they would like to move down. They don't have a second-round pick.
Yeah.
All right. So if you have, I guess the last rumor I got on the Raiders was they're willing to move down out of the top 10. Maybe down where Miami picks at 12, maybe where the Chargers pick at 11. Those are teams that are to want to come up and get an offensive tackle.
Yeah.
And the Raiders apparently are willing to move down into their spot, and if they do that, they would be targeting, I was told, a cornerback. Okay. So if you start doing that math, maybe Star goes to Arizona instead of Oakland. But here are two teams in the top 14 who are almost certain to take those two guys off. Sheldon Richardson has been linked to Carolina in dozens of drafts. Sheriff Floyd has been linked to Oakland in twice as many drafts.
Yep.
And now if both of those teams are letting go of defensive tackles, the odds just went up that one of those guys shakes out. And we get to pick 15, pick 16, and we look at it and you say, oh, there's Sheldon Richardson is still there.
Star Latulele, who's there.
Right, maybe he's still there. And, as improbable as Mike Mayock's mock from yesterday was that had Star falling all the way to Dallas at 18.
I see.
if Raiders and Carolina get a little crazy, then maybe that scenario is a lot more plausible than we think. And again, Cowboy fans should be thrilled if that happens.
Yeah. Doesn't it seem like every year the Oakland Raiders hold the key to the draft?
They're certainly the early key this year, without question.
All right. Who you out of your top on your draft board? Who is your number one guy that if he's there that you would want us to get?
I'd be happy with about half a dozen guys.
Mm-hmm.
But again, what are the odds that just one of them is going to be there? Again, the tackles.
Yeah.
Latuplay is a big one. I put him at the top of my tackle list.
The two
Um,
guards.
I haven't even thought of Sharif Floyd because he's been in the
Yeah.
top five for so long.
Correct.
I know the Cowboys would love it if he fell to 18. Um, I think Sheldon Richardson has a much better shot. He's a guy I think would be happy if he's there. The two guards, obviously, and contrary to some of my friends who just want to say offensive line, defensive line, I like Kenny Vaccaro a lot.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'm with me watching the mocks in the last few days. I'm seeing a lot of activity at the bottom of the draft with these safeties, and it's gotten me a little nervous because in this draft I think that there will be defensive line talent on down the draft. I hear that the defensive line is pretty deep in talent. And offensive line, when all these teams take these rookie tackles, you'll have Albert at Kansas City, and you'll have a few more offensive linemen that could come in for a year and help us out, and then we go offensive line next year just to make the team stronger. So I can see us getting better with that, getting the safety first, taking care of the defensive line later, and then also address the offensive line later in the draft, but then get a free agent in here that can help Tony Romo stay upright.
A couple of stories that we want to have that we need to track once the picks actually start going, which is going to be in about 20 minutes or so.
Yep, 20 minutes.
One of them is we're going to see how high the quarterbacks go. Okay.
Yeah.
This impacts pick 18, but with this, I'm going to move to a scenario that one of my readers or somebody who follows me on Twitter threw at me a couple of days ago. It really got me thinking. There's kind of a good and bad half to this scenario. But the first one, the good scenario is that we see two quarterbacks go in the first 15 picks. That almost certainly would push a quality player to the
down the draft
that
yep.
we don't expect. And there's a lot of smoke going on, right? Hang on just a second.
Yeah.
I have somebody at my door. Why don't you take it for a minute? I'll be right back.
All right, cool. But like you were saying, yeah, it could be Nassib. I saw them having the Bills trading down and selecting Nassib. If we see Nassib go in the top before us, it'll be awesome. We're probably going to see Geno Smith go before us, definitely. But when we do, we can breathe fresh air. If we see any of those other quarterbacks, Barkley or anybody, for some reason go, well, I doubt they will. But it would be great to see those guys going. And also, there's some cornerbacks
right
that are moving up the draft.
The next one. And just to finish the quarterback thing, what I was going to say is that, we've heard for weeks this is a very weak quarterback draft. You might see one go very high. And for a long time, everybody assumed it was Geno, right?
Right.
And then in the last probably 2 weeks, Ryan Nassib's kind of bubbled up. For a while.
E.J. Manuel put his head in there.
He was there, and then now we're hearing, Matt Barkley won't even go in the first round. And then, what is it? This is where teams are blowing smoke, because about 5 or 6 days ago we started to hear, Geno Smith might not even go in the first one.
Yeah.
And what's coming out this afternoon is, well, there are about at least two or three teams: the Browns, the Eagles, maybe Buffalo. There are a bunch of teams in that top 10 who are very seriously looking at quarterbacks. And the Browns and the Eagles were both linked to Geno, and they're both linked to him in the top 4 picks. So I think there's a very real chance that history will hold up, and traditionally quarterbacks rise, that we'll see two of them go 14, 15. Buffalo needs a quarterback. Maybe they don't pick one at 8. Maybe they move down a little bit and they pick one at about 14. Okay, that would be great.
They're still great, yeah.
Or maybe they trade with the Rams. You're hearing, I think it's intriguing. The Cowboys are talking about Tyler Eifert, and I think that's, again, just to shake up teams who are interested in him and say, hey, if you don't take him, we will. Trying to scare them into coming up and taking him. I'm sure you've seen this the last 48 hours. You're starting to see, Tavon Austin is a player at the top of the Bills draft board. That's a bit far-fetched to me. I mean, I'm sure he's high on a lot of draft boards.
Yeah.
But this is a guy who's, 178 pounds?
Yeah.
Something like that.
And
One of the people that said he's talked to a lot of NFL scouts about Tavon Austin, and while they love him, there are some teams that question. The line was there are some teams who question whether this is a guy who can play 1,000 snaps of NFL football every
yeah,
year
yeah,
because so. And do you want to take a top? Would you want to spend a top 10, top 12 pick on a guy who cannot play 65 snaps every single week?
yeah.
So it makes me wonder, when a team like Buffalo suddenly comes in so close to the draft and says, "Hey, um, he's the he's the top player in the draft for us." It makes me wonder if they're trying to lure teams like the Rams,
Yep.
other teams in that area who might be interested in Tavon Austin to coming up so that they can go down. They can still get a quarterback, and I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, another angle to what you were saying about Tavon going to Buffalo is the C.J. Spiller effect. I mean, every time I hear him going there, my mind gets boggled. I'm like, don't they have similar skill sets? I know one's a wide receiver and one's a running back, but one's a running back that can catch anything, and one's a wide receiver that can run out of the backfield. So it seems like they're similar skill sets there that you would use them in a similar way. So I don't see them both being an offense together out there at the same time. But we'll watch.
They want to reel in somebody who wants Tavon Austin.
Yeah.
And I think Buffalo ideally is another one of these teams that would probably like to trade down 5 or 6 spots, and take a quarterback so that way they're still ahead of the teams who might be thinking of dealing from the early second into the back end of the first, because you're starting to hear that now.
Yeah.
Teams, Jacksonville, Buffalo, teams that need quarterbacks that maybe are a little spooked about taking one in the top 5, definitely are now exploring moving into the mid-20s, the early 20s, to get their quarterback there the way the Browns did last year with Brandon Weeden, because they don't want to wait till pick 35, pick 34, and find that teams jumped them and took their guy, and then they're 2 rounds into it, and maybe maybe they felt it's too early to take one in the top 10, but now here we are midway through the second round, and they don't have one.
Yeah.
They don't want to find themselves in that position. So, again, if Buffalo pulls up a deal and they move down a little bit and they still get a quarterback, that's 2 quarterbacks in the top 15. That's good for Dallas. You just put your finger on the second scenario, which is where do the cornerbacks go?
Yes.
They're rising.
Yeah.
And what I was told a couple of days ago in one of my phone calls was that the expectations are now that as many as 4 or 5 will go in the top 20. And the earlier, the better. And again, you look at teams right around 10, 11, 12, 13, San Diego, Miami, teams like that. The Jets, because, they got an extra pick by dealing Darrelle Revis, but lo and behold, now they need a replacement for Darrelle Revis.
Right.
They're picking 9, they're picking 13. If they use one of those on a cornerback and start the run, good for Dallas. Because again, to go back to the question earlier, Cowboys really don't need a corner. They do need they'd be helped if a lot of teams ahead of them in that 10, 16 area started picking them. So we're talking quarterbacks, we're talking cornerbacks, and here's the double-edged sword. What happens with the offensive linemen? Because it's very possible that we could see 3 offensive tackles go 1, 2, 3 in this draft.
Yes.
If things happen.
Yeah.
Okay. If that happens, we could see 6 offensive linemen taken in the top 12 picks total.
Crazy.
That would pull both guards up. That would disappoint a lot of Cowboys fans.
Yeah.
But also, what I'm hearing, it could also pull a guy like DJ Fluker from the early 20s, where most mocks have him, although possibly as high as like 12 or 11.
I've seen him up there. Yep.
Right. And if that happens, okay, there's good and there's bad to that. If we see that, because the good is in the first round. Again, Fluker is a guy who's probably rated in the early 20s. From what I've heard from the people I trust who are kind of close to the Cowboys don't really see him as a top 18 player. I don't know if he has a first round grade on their board. He's probably a very high second, but I don't know if he's a systems fit for them. So in some ways, I think they would be happy if he jumped all the way up to 12, because again, it increases the chances that a Kenny Vaccaro or one of the defensive linemen gets pushed down to them. All right. Yeah. On the other hand, while it enhances the pick the Cowboys could get at 18, it could damage the options the Cowboys have at 47, because this is my fear. Let's say the 6 offensive linemen go in the top 11, the top 12.
Right.
Let's say the Cowboys end up getting a Sheldon Richardson as a result. Okay, we all go to bed happy tonight.
Yeah.
Right. And let's say that as a consequence of that, because all of the so many guys win in the top 12, well, I doubt that you're going to see 6 offensive linemen by pick 12, and then no offensive linemen again till like pick 40.
Yeah, exactly.
Not go 30 picks without seeing more. And my fear is if the linemen get pulled up really, really high, then we'll see a second run on offensive linemen at the end of the first, at the beginning of the second. Kind of Dallas will be caught in this kind of like donut where the first two waves of offensive linemen go before their first pick and before their second pick. And so we get to pick 47, and all the guys that they're thinking about as possible second-round options, the Kyle Longs, the Teron Armsteads, Justin Pugh, guys like that, they're gone.
Yeah.
Then, Dallas is in a tough position because maybe they get value at safety then, and they've got 2 defensive players, and they're really happy with that. But here's another year where we're going to round 3, and they don't have an offensive line.
Yeah, and then the worst part is sometimes you end up reaching in those situations when all the top guys are gone, and you really need to fill a position like we do. You end up maybe stretching a little bit, and I never like that.
Or you panic and try to move up and get one, and maybe then maybe you move up into the late first and you get Justin Pugh, but you burn your 3rd round pick in the process.
Yeah.
And so Dallas can come to the fans and say, okay, look, we got a defensive lineman, we got an offensive lineman, and they can say we met 2 of our biggest needs, but then there's a downside to that, and then here's yet another year where Dallas has 2 picks in the first 3 rounds, and all their division rivals, well, not the Redskins, but say the Giants and the Eagles have 3, and you look at San Francisco, maybe they had 4 or 5, and you wonder, even if both of those picks hit, can you catch up to other teams when you get 2 good players and they pull 3? That's tough.
Yeah. DC Fanatic says hi. He just texts in. He should be calling in, yelling sooner or later. If we get a tight end, we're gonna have to defer the show to him for a minute, and then bring it back to sanity.
Don't say that when I'm drinking.
Okay.
I hear him already.
I know. What do you think? Let's talk enemy right quick early, because we have Philadelphia going early. Personally, I think they're doing everything they can to get out of that pick.
That's what I'm hearing. They want to move down. The word that was used, the adjective was used, was desperate. They were desperate to get out. They'd like to move down around. They'd like to move down, I think, where the Jets are in that 9 to 13 range, because the names that I've heard linked with the Eagles, if they can pull that off, are Tavon Austin. Here's that guy. He keeps coming up in our conversations.
Yep.
But also Barkevious Mingo.
Yeah.
They've been linked at pick 4 to Deion Jordan if he falls, and some people say, well, maybe they could take Starr if he's there. I think so, but I think ideally they would like a pass rusher, or they just want more weapons. They want more speed on that offense. I mean, it's not like they don't have a lot already, but they want more. So,
jeez. Yeah, I was thinking that if they're hoping one of those tackles falls to them, because, and not Joe Kill, one of the other 2, Fisher or Lane Johnson, because he'll fit more into what Chip Kelly probably wants to do up there in Philadelphia. But if those 3, if they go 1, 2, and then Oakland gets a player and they come up and get the 3rd guy, yes, I can see Philadelphia being extremely desperate, saying, "Get me out of here! I'm forced getting Geno Smith." So I'm intrigued to see what happens there.
Well, them, and then there's the Giants who are right behind us, and Cowboys fans hate hearing this, but look, just accept it now. A good player who fits one of their needs is going to fall to them, and they're going to take them.
Yep.
It might be DJ Fluker.
Yep.
Who'd be a great fit for them.
Yep.
It might be Tyler Eifert. Who'd be a great fit for them.
Alec Ogletree.
Maybe. I think they're hoping offensive line, because if we have offensive line problems in Dallas, but their offensive line the last 2 years has really started to crumble, and there's a lot of age there. They've been patching. They've been making do with a lot of patched together veterans.
Yeah.
they have a lot of, Chris Snead was for the longest time, the best guard probably in the NFC, and he's starting to wear down. They haven't had a dependable right tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the same laments that we have in Cowboys world, they're having in Giants world.
And their need is they have a quarterback that really can't, escape pressure or buy time or things like that. They have to protect Eli. So yeah, I can see them actually needing offensive line and hoping it falls to them. But I just don't see if a quality offensive lineman gets past us, I'm gonna be mad.
Well, but also, we talk about safeties. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say that we get lucky and Sheldon Richardson and Kenny Vaccaro are there. Okay. And let's say we take Sheldon Richardson. They'll take Kenny Vaccaro in Giants now. They just let Kenny Phillips go. And Kenny Phillips was, when he was healthy, when his knees let him play,
yeah, he was a beast.
Safety in the division.
Yeah, he was a beast.
So, they traditionally sit where they are. They let the draft come to them. They're kind of, in many ways, they do what Ozzie Newsome does in Baltimore in the AFC. They play for doubles, as one of the former Raven scouts said a couple days ago. They want to bang one off the wall. They're not interested in swinging for the fences because they want to strike out, and they hit. If you look at them, very rarely do they whiff on an early round pick, especially in the first round. And part of that is that I think they're just not greedy. They just sit there and say, okay, we have 3 or 4 needs. We'll just take the best guy that comes and we'll plug him in. And I'm pretty confident that it's going to be somebody in that strength. Vaccaro, Eifert, Fluker, somebody like that. We're going to look at them and say, we're going to be like Jerry Seinfeld saying, Newman. We're going to say, Jerry Reese. Just get a good player. He always does. So.
Yeah. All right, we're 4 minutes away from the Chiefs being on the clock, so it's about to happen, and I'm expecting to see 1 and 2, and it's usually not like this. 1 and 2 should go pretty much in uniform, but when we get to 3, that's when the fireworks are going to begin.
The Raiders, 3 and 4.
Yeah.
The Eagles are going to be interesting. If they're going to be trades. We're not going to have to, if they're going to be surprises, we're not going to have to wait very long for them.
Right.
Because, we'll find out. Because, again, what I was told, and we're going to find out who's fibbing. Because, I trust my source on this one. I have no idea who's feeding him the information. The information could be totally rancid. But
right.
The story is, or the theory is, the Eagles would like Geno Smith. And if the Browns don't get into the 3rd spot and take Geno Smith, the Eagles would take Geno Smith.
Yeah, and I think that's their fallback. It that makes sense as their fallback pick because I think they can't trust Michael Vick in that. I mean, you can't trust Michael Vick in a lot of ways. You can't trust him to stay healthy. You can't trust him to hold on the ball. You can't trust him to actually play well sometimes, So it's a lot of stuff you can't trust about Michael Vick that you would want to put somebody underneath him like a Geno Smith, and then next year you can just let Vick go or whatever, and then you'll have your quarterback of the future. So it makes all the sense in the world for them to invest in quarterback right now.
Right, and it's the first year of the Chip Kelly regime. What better year? I was thinking about this. Andy Reid had a long, successful career in Philadelphia, and he did what a lot of smart coaches did. His first year on the job, he had the 2nd overall pick, and he took Donovan McNabb. And then, we're old enough to remember this, but all the noise that year was that Ricky Williams was going to be an Eagle.
Yeah.
That was in '99, right?
Yep.
And when the pick went to the podium, you could hear there were Eagles fans chanting Ricky, Ricky, Ricky. And when Donovan McNabb was announced, they booed. And, they didn't sound like a great start for Andy Reid, but he and McNabb quieted. They got the fans behind them very quickly.
Yeah.
And that was the right move. And, a lot of organizations think that way. You're on a even if you're starting. In the NFL, it's a short-time business. You've got to start showing some kind of return right away.
Yeah.
It's the Colts are kind of, I guess, the prototype of that. You plug in Andrew Luck and go from 1 win to the playoffs. But that doesn't happen all the time. But even if, let's think of the Cowboys. Year 2, when they finally settled on Troy Aikman and he settled down, they went from 1 win to 7, and, they were in the playoff hunt. Year 2, Jimmy Johnson came in, got a quarterback, and so he
got 2.
Actually, 2.
Yeah.
He had to sort it out. But the point is, he knew. There's one personnel guy a while ago gave me a great bit of advice. I mean, it seems obvious, but he said, when you don't have a quarterback, you have nothing.
Yeah.
And, you look at the Eagles, does Chip Kelly want to hitch his future to, he's a novelty.
Yeah.
The Eagles obviously have a lot of faith in him, but he's trying something different. He's bringing that fast break offense.
And at least to his credit, he at least gets to go to a team that is capable of playing his offense. So it makes all sense in the world for him to get his quarterback, his style quarterback that would get that train moving and give him a chance for his offense. Because like you said, these gimmick offenses from college level, they don't rarely work. Now I know a lot of people, we go over to Washington, I know a lot of people would call Washington's offense a gimmick offense also. They were just using a read option. I'm not saying it's too much of a gimmick because that zone blocking scheme is mastered with Shanahan. He knows how to run the football. He knows how to open up lanes and stuff like that. So I see a chance in Philadelphia of him being successful just because of the roster. But I'm just hoping for the worst.
I think we all do.
Yeah.
But, they've got talent there.
Yeah.
They've got talent on their defense. If their offensive line gets healthy again, there's some age there, but there's still a lot of talent. Jason Peter was an excellent player before he messed up his Achilles. We'll see how he is. If he's anything close to what he was before he got hurt, he's a Pro Bowl caliber left tackle. Jason Kelce was a really good young center, tore up his knee last year, and they have some talent at guard. So there is a chance for them to do a really quick turnaround. And again, they're going to have that novelty. The league is going to have to try to catch up to them. I mean, maybe they can study Oregon's tape, but look, the one team that's been using Oregon's style, they run a spread offense, very different. But, Bill Belichick has met with Chip Kelly the last 2 or 3 years and incorporated the speed into the Patriots attack. And if you think just back 2 years ago, when Dallas had to go up to New England to play the Patriots, how much trouble they had because the Patriots would run a play, just come up to the line of scrimmage, set up, and run again and again and again. And there was so much pressure. Guys were looking confused before the snap.
Yeah.
And here's a team that, has the creator of that system running it now.
Yeah.
And they have fast guys, fast guys who can play multiple positions. So, they can keep the same base 5 weapons on the field. Shady McCoy can line up in the backfield, or he can line up outside, or he can line up in the slot, and he's fast. And we know that Jeremy Maclin's fast, and we know that Deshaun Jackson is fast, and we know that Brent Selleck is a fast tight end. So, if they have to take on offense to that.
I hate hearing that. My major reason why I hate hearing that is because our depth on the defensive side of the ball is basically non-existent.
That's one reason why I like Kenny Vaccaro.
Yeah.
I haven't really talked a lot about him, and I don't want to give the long answer right now.
Yeah.
Because I've been thinking about it. If they draft him, I've already kind of got a piece thought out, and we can talk about it tonight.
Yeah.
Why I like him, why I think he would be a possible impact player. Of all the defensive guys I like, I think he could make as much of an impact on the defense as one of the big defensive linemen.
Yeah.
I know a lot of my friends, whose opinions I respect, don't agree with me, but I think he can. And I'll give you the short version, just of all the safeties that they've been scouting in these awful 10 years since Darren Woodson had to retire.
Yeah.
He's the guy who to me looks the most like Darren Woodson.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Able to replicate what that guy could do when he was in his prime.
People I respect like him. I when I was watching his YouTube videos and things like that, nothing really popped out, but he may be just that fundamentally sound. Sometimes, LeBron James doesn't look that great sometimes just because he's so much better, bigger and better than people. But here's RG.
Here we go. All right. I'm looking at a tweet now that says, Jerry Jones says the Cowboys have a pet cat. And why is it that I read something like that and actually get nervous? I don't get excited when I read things.
I know.
Okay, well, let's see. Oh, well, the Roger Goodell's going to run through a lot of
He's
blah
just
blah blah.
he's just rambling along.
He's going to thank people. He's going to commemorate some, NFL greats who passed away, and
All we need to hear, RG, is the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. I mean, we're 5 minutes into draft time. You're messing up our time.
no, they've already made their pick. I
Yeah.
don't. Andy Reid's not Jerry Jones. You and I know that in any given year, if Jerry Jones has 15 minutes left, he's going to use every 15 minutes so that he
Yeah.
gets airtime.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
show him on the phone looking serious, and he's working trades,
Yep.
and yeah, they probably had the pick decided for 2 days or so, or when they know who's available, they know who they're going to pick. But Jerry always milks it. Chiefs aren't going to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, but it was leaking late this afternoon that they were going to take Eric Fisher.
Yeah. That's what I was hearing too, and they held that close in their back pocket until like the last possible second.
About 2 hours ago.
Yeah, which was smart, very smart. What do you think about this night thing? This has been like what, year 3 of this, where they're starting to draft it?
I like it.
I like it.
But in some ways, I'm a purist. I don't like getting just one round tonight.
Yeah. That you feel empty when at the end of the night. Yeah.
But you go to bed hungry.
Yeah.
And, I think the Cowboys are going to get a good player regardless at 18.
Yeah.
Somebody will slip to them who will be surprised, or they will get a solid player. Even if it's a Sylvester Williams, somebody like that, that's a solid player. But for me, make or break is tomorrow. What do they do with the second and third picks? That's going to tell me.
Yes.
We're going to go to bed tomorrow night, or either we're going to stay up late drinking because we're happy, or we're going to stay up late drinking and staring off into space because we're not. But
yeah. I think we have too many needs not to be happy, Raphael. That's why I'm really excited right now, because there should be a pretty decent person in a position that we need available at 18.
Oh, I agree with you. And look, I think I told you this before when we were prepping this afternoon. I think we're going to see some surprises in the next couple of hours. I think there's been a lot of disinformation. The first maybe 5 or 6 guys seem pretty obvious, but this is the slushiest, squishiest draft I've seen in a long time.
Yes.
And it's going to come down to, you're going to have a lot of guys on the board. It's going to be very wide. You might have, maybe here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then and then there's like 20 guys kind of stretched that way. And at that point, it comes down to what does your team need and who do your personnel guys like.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to see a lot of surprises. A lot of guys who might be, the draft nicks say, oh, this guy's going to go 24, this guy's going to go 25. He might go 11, something like,
Yeah,
so,
I agree because people have been, if you've noticed, people have been going up and down in the draft in like huge jumps, in the last week or so, and you never see that much movement. I mean, you see Starr dropping, you see Milner going down, you see the other cornerback Hayden going up. I mean, it's just a lot of activity that you don't normally see right now. Normally, you could make a mock like this evening and it would hold strong, but right now, if you made a mock, I think it would be destroyed by pick 4.
Oh yeah, I mean it could be destroyed by the next pick.
Yeah.
Although I really do think by pick 3, pick 4, we'll have a sense of where this draft is going to go. So another 15, 20 minutes from now, we'll be able to say, oh look, this scenario is starting to unwind. This scenario is starting to unwind. But this pick is going to be an offensive tackle.
Yeah.
And with Jacksonville, are they going to take an offensive tackle? Or and here's the thing. This is what you and I can start doing. This is the fans who are following us right now can start thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
We're thinking offensive line at some point, either at pick 18 or pick 47. All right. Now watch these next 2 picks. Even when we get to pick 2, it's going to be important. Jacksonville is there. Jacksonville has a decision. Are they going to? And everybody's saying, are they going to take Jokel? I mean, I'm assuming the Fisher's a pick here. Are they going to take Jokel there, or are they going to go for a guy like Deion Jordan? Okay.
Right.
If they take Deion Jordan, all right, one of the tackles. In fact, the name I hear some of these titles, Long and Armstead. Armstead specifically has been linked to Jacksonville at the top of the
Second round. Yeah.
So you have to ask yourself, okay, if they Jacksonville also needs a quarterback. Let's keep that in mind. All right. So if they go for Jokel there, the odds again of escaping that donut that I talked about, that kind of nightmare scenario where the Cowboys have the offensive linemen go around them and they're stuck in that hole.
Right.
That lessens a little bit.
Right.
Because again, we know that Luke Jokel's going to go somewhere up there.
Exactly.
Okay. And if he goes to Jacksonville, well, there's one early second round offensive line candidate who we can just put a line through it and say, okay, they'll probably go for quarterback there. They won't be looking for Teron Armstead. They won't be looking for Kyle Long there. So it's funny, we think, oh, we're just waiting for Dallas. We'll let these other teams get out of the way. Actually, what's going to happen in the next 10 minutes is important.
Yeah, no, this is extremely exciting. Every single pick, because every single pick, it factors, almost every single pick factors into what we're doing almost totally.
Right.
Love it. And at least we have a little bit of drama, and we're hopeful that when we're sitting there, something can fall, and we're not stressful like, oh my God, we need to go up to 10 so we can get such and so. You know what I'm saying? If we don't get such and so, our draft is done.
No. And see that kind of thinking has gotten this team in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And again, we've talked about this, but it's worth repeating since we have a little time to kill because you still haven't made the pick.
Come on, Chiefs.
It's good. You can look at some of these moves and say, it was all right to go up and get Des Bryant. Now, they burned a third-round pick to do it, but okay. But then you look at another draft, look at the 2009 draft that was scuttled because, well, they flipped the first and the third for Roy Williams, which is a terrible idea.
Terrible.
And so there you go. There's 9, there's 10. In 11, they sat there and they actually had a good draft. They got 3 good guys out of the first 3 rounds. They've had a little injury problems, but hey, Teron Smith, Bruce Carter, DeMarco Murray, 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Not bad, right?
Yep.
So we get to last year, we get to 2012, and they burn a second-round pick to get Morris Claiborne. And again, I'm just going to borrow a line I've heard some other people who I respect say. Love the player, hated how he was acquired.
Yeah, it makes sense.
3 of the last 4 years, 3 of the last 4 drafts, the Cowboys have burned. What did they burn here? They burned 2/3, a first and a second on players to get players that they want.
Yeah.
And in Williams' case, it was awful because they burned 2. That was the biggest price they paid for a player who busted out for them, and also cost Jerry Jones a lot of money. So that's how you fall behind. When you take 4 high round picks over a 4-year period, and you just
it depletes your roster. It makes your roster thinned out because you just have lesser draft picks on your roster. I mean, simple math.
Let's say, just for argument's sake, let's say that the success rate on those 4 picks was 50%. Assuming that these are picks in the first 3 rounds, those are 2 impact players. And
correct.
Had the Cowboys had 2 more impact players in their starting 22, might they have fallen? Might they have gotten beyond? They were 1 game short last year in the playoffs. They were 1 game short the year before in the playoffs. Might having those 2 quality starters have bridged that gap?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, and you see how bad we need a defensive lineman right now. You know what I'm saying? We have most of our defensive linemen are over 30 with Rat, Hatcher, and Ware. Then you got Spencer on a 1-year contract. Then you got Lissamore, and then there's not. I mean, you've got the young guys after that. But we could have really used a second rounder right there. From last year or this year just to round out our football team. But now we just don't have that spot.
Those second and third round picks probably that's where your line depth on both sides comes from.
Yep.
You don't have the picks. You can't pull them out of thin air. So the Chiefs are still.
Andy Reid is pulling a Jerry Jones. He's. I mean, like he hadn't had all the time in the world to have this pick ready for us.
Might we have a trade? I doubt it.
I don't think no one wants to go all the way up there to number 1. There's not. I mean, Andrew Luck is not there. So I don't think it'd be shocking.
people are speculating that what the Chiefs are doing, they're still trying to play hardball with the Dolphins.
Right.
Right. And it was a good point. It's Gil Brandt that's making it. I'm looking at it here. If they draft Eric Fisher here, the value of Brandon Albert drops a little bit. They're trying to squeeze the Dolphins for a second round pick. Okay. And let me interject here. I'm getting some questions on my Twitter feed. People are looking for the show.
Okay.
Yeah, the pick is in.
Yeah.
After all this time, who do you think they're going to take?
Geno Smith. That's why I put in my first mock. My initial mock was Geno. So that's where I'm going. I hope I'm right.
Is this the Dallas Cowboys show or is Shango live?
It's the Dallas. It's YouTube / the Dallas Cowboys show, and it's right there on the homepage.
Okay.
I will share it again on my Twitter, so the link will be there.
I'm gonna let this gentleman know.
Okay, it's coming. Hold on, just a second. All right, there. I just sent it on my Twitter.
Oh, the suspense is killing me. The commissioner's walking up.
Eric Fisher.
Oh, I'm shocked.
That makes sense though. Him over Joe Kill.
Of course, it makes sense.
Because of the athletic running back. I mean, of Jamal Charles and running. I have no doubt that sooner or later that team will be turned into a team similar of the Eagles, and maybe Alex Smith will be able to run that thing. Who knows? So this is interesting.
Alex Smith was. He was one of the guys who made, I'm terrible with names, Urban Meyer a success at Utah.
Yeah.
So he's no stranger to a run and pass scheme. I don't think that's Andy Reid's style. Andy Reid has been he's been a West Coast guy forever.
Yeah.
And he's had success with it. But this is very typical Andy Reid. Andy Reid loves big offensive line.
Yeah.
I mean, he especially likes drafting defensive linemen. If you look at his history in Philadelphia of just how many different defensive tackles, defensive ends he took in the first one.
And to his credit, he built some really good a really good offensive line there in Philadelphia. They just could never stay healthy. They never stayed on the field together. But he invested in it for sure.
Right, but he likes big guys. And one of the things I recall, the 1 year that I was actually able to get on the field at training camp in Oxnard back in 2008, and I talked to Jay Ratliff at one point, and I got to ask him, who are their toughest lines? Who has the toughest lines that you face? And it took him about half a second to say Minnesota and Philadelphia. They're the big, and he said they're the biggest and they're the nastiest. And Andy Reid wants to build. It's strange. He wants to run West Coast, which you think of as quick timing, kind of more finesse, but he likes his lines to be big and nasty. Right. And here's a big nasty.
And that's and what you said is exactly what they said earlier about what they like about Fisher. They like his athletic ability, but then what topped it off and solidified the pick was the fact that he was nasty. He had a nasty streak to him, and they really liked that. So yeah, you nailed it right on the head.
Okay, so no, Jake Long is a Ram. I was about to say they picked him up, but no, St. Louis, the other team.
Yeah. They got the Long brothers. St. Louis is a team. In all honesty, if I'm as honest of a Cowboy fan I can be, St. Louis could probably, if they play their cards right, they could hurdle us now.
They'll be playoff contenders this year. They've got a lot. You think about it. They've invested very heavily in their defensive line the last few years.
Yep.
They have Chris Long at one end.
Yep.
Rob Quinn at the other.
Yep.
They took Michael Brockers last year. That's three first round picks on their defensive line.
Yep.
They've got Sam Bradford at quarterback. He needs weapons. But they just signed Jake Long. They need a running back. They need they need skill position and they need secondary help.
Yeah.
But they should have swept the San Francisco 49ers last year.
Yeah.
They bungled the center snap. Their center was a half a second late getting the snap off in overtime, or they would have swept the 49ers. They split with the Seahawks. Jeff Fisher already has a young physical team, and they've got this double dip pick this year. I think they still even have some extra Redskins picks next year. So you're right. If they cash it in, I think they're in the playoff. They're a playoff contender. I won't say they're a great playoff contender, or they're a Super Bowl contender, but it's not that hard to be a playoff contender this year. I mean, these days.
Yeah.
And they'll put themselves there.
Yeah. The NFC is just I've not seen the NFC this stacked in a long time. I mean, there are no patsies. I mean, I can't think off the top of my head. I can't think of a really bad team.
No. Teams that have been bad in the past, Minnesota turned it around really fast.
Strong team, yep.
Detroit has talent now. They're not the patsies that they used to be.
Correct.
It took them a while to do it, but they've got talent. You go to the West. I mean, the Rams were doormats. The Rams are a tough team. Playing them this year is not going to be easy for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people look at the schedule.
Oh, we got the Rams. It's an easy game.
It's going to be a win. No,
yeah.
It's not.
Rams 7-8. We're 8-8. Not far away.
Let's see. Who else? You go to the north. No, we went to the. Even if you go to the south.
Carolina, but Carolina's got a lot of talent.
Slowly building a base of talent.
Yeah, I just don't like. I think Carolina's got problems in the front office and coaching. That's going to keep them at the bottom. I just don't see them being able to compete with Tampa Bay, New Orleans, and Atlanta with that coaching staff and with that that front office. It's just they make bad decisions.
Yeah, but still, I mean that's one team.
Yeah. Exactly. One team. So I mean, when people were saying, "Oh, our schedule is easy," I was like, it's just
an ugly schedule."
It's
It's very possible, if you don't close games, you have a couple of injuries at key positions. We could be staring at 8-8 again.
Yeah.
Very possible. That's a tough. The home schedule is there. I don't see any easy games there. Who got Green Bay, Minnesota's coming. Who else is coming? Isn't Denver coming to town? No easy games there.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm going to the Minnesota game, and I'm dreading that because that team. My wifey is a Vikings fan, and I hate hearing from her. But that team was built so smart. And it's one of those teams that caught me off guard because you only looked at highlights on them for a while, but then when you finally start watching their football games, like whoa, this team plays some solid football and they play it smart, So I'm afraid of that football team a little bit.
There's nothing easy. It is now 7:22 or 8:22,
and we have one pick.
We've only had one. Oh well, Jacksonville's just put their pick in. Thank goodness. And we're those of us who are watching the NFL Network are suffering through a Viagra commercial. Jaguars have delivered their pick. Let's see. And again, let's see which way they go. This is an interesting pick because again, are they going to go offense?
Are they going to Deion Jordan?
Pass rusher, offensive lineman.
I mean, when you have so many problems with your quarterback and an unhappy running back, you need to make them happy. You need to make them work and happy. So I would say offensive lineman, but again, Deion Jordan looked like a monster at the combine. I mean, he's a big, fast, athletic, long dude.
I'll take the baton that you were just passing to me a couple of minutes ago. I think we were talking the NFC. Flip it over. There are some bad teams in the AFC.
Yes.
Jacksonville is one of them.
Yeah.
They have so many holes. They could take Jordan or they could take Jobel, and you would say, hey, it's a great pick.
Yeah.
Because they don't have a pass rush. They haven't had a pass rush in forever, probably since Tony Brackens was there. And, probably way back when Tom Coughlin was their coach.
And look at those bad picks.
Yeah, they've had a long history of bad picks. They don't have an established quarterback. They don't have anybody who scares you. Yeah. And again, their lines are a mess. So here comes the pick. Thank you, Jacksonville, for taking 3 minutes.
Yeah, good job. 24 minutes and we got 2 picks.
That's okay. If the third pick comes in faster, And now we're to trade territory. Let's see who the Jaguars take. And I've got my sound down, so you can probably get a blur it out before I do. It's
Luke
Jokel.
Jokel. Yep. Good job.
Okay. All right, so now here's the intrigue. Are we going to see 3 offensive tackles in the first 3 picks? It's possible.
Well, if Lane Johnson is worth jumping up to get, I don't know. I mean, he has some more upside than those first 2. What I hear.
Okay, but okay. Now here, the Raiders are happy though, because I think Jokel slid to them, the market for that pick goes down. Because now again, let's look. San Diego wants that pick maybe for an offensive lineman. Miami certainly is looking for an offensive lineman. Now this is something Miami has to weigh. They were gonna give a second round pick to Kansas City.
Yeah.
For Brandon Albert, and Brandon Albert wants $9 million a year. Wouldn't it be cheaper to use that second round pick, go up to the third pick, and get, Johnson, Lane? So he would cost a lot less. And I guess the question now is, you've got your pro personnel guys and your college scouts together. It's like, which of those guys is the better player? Because if you think Lane Johnson can be as good as Brandon Albert, shouldn't you trade up and get him instead?
Exactly.
And save a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. And exactly. And you'll get somebody on that rookie contract for a good while. Yeah, exactly.
For 5 years, right.
Yeah, hold on for a second. Someone calling in. Hello, is this someone talking Cowboys? You're waiting for the draft to disappoint. Who is this? All right, this DC. You're calling from a local number, man. You caught me off guard. Let me turn you up louder. All right, man. How's it going?
Yeah, I'm calling from my Skype account.
Okay.
Because my cell phone is just driving me crazy. It's going in and out. I can't get no service. It started me off totally the wrong way about this draft. And, last night started me off wrong when I started hearing that the Cowboys might want to take a tight end in the first round. And I'm just like,
yeah, Raph and I, we're almost sure that's a smoke screen to try to get him going in front of us to get one of those players that we want to drop down. Hopefully we're that shrewd. I said, Raph and I both are hoping that is a smoke screen that will allow someone that we really want to drop down to 18. That's the plan. Hopefully they're shrewd to do that.
Yeah, the problem is that while we're all hoping it is a smokescreen, we all think of Jerry Jones and we go, no, maybe it's not a smokescreen because they've already in 2 other drafts taken a tight end in the second round and didn't even return those guys for their second contract.
Right.
So, I mean, I know Eifert, I'm a Notre Dame fan. I watched every game that Eifert plays. He's a great player.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
it's not about
a great
that.
player. He's a great player. But with this team now, as you're built, as you just gave this quarterback this big contract, you're telling me the way to solve the problem from him not getting sacked is to get another tight end to block on the outside? What about the middle of this team with these 2 guards in the center? Now people say the guards. I wouldn't even care if there was a great center and we took him at 18. Just get me something in the middle so Tony Romo doesn't have to look at the line of scrimmage and he can look downfield as soon as he snaps the football. I mean, that's the problem here. If you really go and draft a tight end in this first round, or if you trade back and take him late in the first round, I need an offensive lineman here, or I need a safety. I don't want to hear anything else.
I hear you. I hear. And if we get the only thing that is a shred of silver lining for this, if we don't get an offensive lineman, that there are a few decent offensive linemen, some stopgap offensive linemen, some ones that we can use that are better than Doug Free, that we can plug in and kick Doug Free out and still, move forward and become a better football team and focus on getting that defensive line younger, focus on getting the safety back there and the backfield and things of that sort. So a lot of things could go well for us, but if that tight end thing happens, I think we'll lose it, all of us.
Yeah, because we can always get a guard in the second round. The kid from Kentucky is okay. We can get him, and then we can get a safety
Warford.
in the third round. We could find guys in other rounds, but the problem is you're supposed to go get your best player, hopefully, in the first round, And if you're a team that is like on the verge of going to the Super Bowl, if you're a team that has an aging tight end that's leaving the game next year like the Falcons, then I could say, okay, we do need a tight end now. He'll help now, and then he'll play for the future. Jason Witten is 31 years old. We don't think he's going to stop. I mean, he had his best year last year after they broke his spleen. So why do we need another tight end? We don't need another tight end, dude.
Yeah.
We got Hannah last year. He started putting up numbers. We all know what Hannah did. I know they need a blocking tight end, but you don't take a blocking tight end in the first round.
Yeah, I think the entire Cowboy Nation is excited about Hannah. I think we all love him. So, yeah. All right, we have the Raiders coming up, man. The Raiders, are they trading?
Yeah, they're interesting. There's a lot of stuff about Geno Smith, Tavon Austin, nutty stuff about the cornerback Hayden. I mean, there's just nutty. I think they're just going to stay right there and they're going to take Sharif Floyd. But I'll give you guys a call back
Okay.
for the Cowboys, and we'll talk, hopefully they do the right thing here for us.
Okay, man. Thanks for calling in.
All right, fellas. See you later, Rob.
All right. Al's brother is talking on the phone. I love it.
His son still owns the team, so you imagine Al's brother's still gonna have a role somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. That's cool. Keep it in the family, guys. I hope you, just for your sake, I hope you draft a little bit better now.
All right, I'm talking to one of the people I talked to. Although he admits he's got kind of a Raider bias, I asked him who the guy's going to be here. He just predicted. He didn't. I don't think this is inside information. He just predicted it's going to be Starr here for the Raiders.
Oh, really?
Let's see. Again, I think this is him talking as a fan, not necessarily.
Well, that's not good to hear because.
Whoop, I'm seeing trade here. Hang on. Trade by the Raiders. Here we go. It's a trade.
I knew it. I called it on my mock draft.
This is where the fun starts. Okay.
Let's see what's gonna happen. Cause I wouldn't like Starr going right here because Sharif Floyd is not gonna fall to 18. Starr may fall to 18.
Okay. Well, again, who is this? Cleveland? Is this Miami? Those are the teams that I hear are most likely. If it's Miami, it's Johnson.
Yeah, they're going to get Lane Johnson and saying screw Brandon Alpert. Yeah.
Go.
You called that one.
What's that?
Getting a younger offensive lineman rather than Albert, and paying him less money and
well,
letting him
if it's the Dolphins, I don't know.
Yeah. Because that's the only
speculating though. Nothing has been announced, so
yeah.
But here we go.
Yeah. I'm thinking Miami. I think this
Miami is on the clock. Here we go.
Yeah. I was thinking those guys in Miami are smart.
Well, this is possibly Jeff Ireland's last rodeo.
Yeah.
So I think had he, now he's going to come out with two young players, and he can make the argument if the fans embrace them that these are young players and we can build around them, and he buys himself more time.
Yeah.
Had he made the Brandon Albert deal, I mean, look, what did Jake Long sign for in St. Louis? It's probably less money than the Dolphins would have given, or what less money than what Brandon Albert was demanding. I heard $9 million a year.
Yeah. This is a nice. I like Philbin. I thought it was a train wreck in Miami, but when I watched them in Hard Knocks and the way he handled that football team and the way he sticks to his plan and things of that sort, I just like what he's doing in Miami.
Now, wait a minute. What if Ireland throws us a curveball here and takes a defensive lineman?
He won't.
You don't know.
Yeah. They're going to get that. I mean, for them to have that much interest in an offensive lineman, especially in free agency, and then losing Jake Long.
You're right. Look, they took Ryan Tannehill, 8th, 9th overall last year. They need to build a line around him.
Yeah. If
to give him a left tackle.
If they don't go offensive line right here with Lane Johnson, then take everything I said about them being smart to the absolute dumbest organization in the NFL.
Everything I said 30 seconds ago, forget about it.
And just one shrewd dumb move, you change your whole franchise. Come on, let's see what it's gonna be.
This assumes it's like Jack. So I can hear it through your phone. Here we go.
Yeah. I got it on just a little bit. What?
What did I just tell you? It doesn't have to be an offensive but you know what this means? You know what this means, Shango?
What's it?
This means that the Brandon Albert trade is still alive.
Yeah.
That's what it's.
Yeah. And they just gotta
The Dolphins have convinced. Well, the Dolphins knew that Deion Jordan could go to Philly. That was one of the teams that was rumored to like Deion Jordan. I think Miami felt if they wanted a big time pass rusher, they had to get up that high. Okay. So there you go. Jordan.
All right, Mike. I'm gonna hold judgment to you to see what happens with this offensive tackle. But if they go in the season, if they miss out on Brandon Albert or go in the season without another tackle, then it's going to be bad news for that young quarterback.
But now, the Eagles, if they want Geno, I would like to see Geno go somewhere in these next 3 or 4 picks. The earlier the better. Because again,
if he doesn't go to Buffalo, then he could be falling.
Every pick from this point forward that's not an offensive or defensive lineman, in my book, is a win. So I want a quarterback going here.
Right. Yeah, if the rumor, there's rumors to Philly, there's rumors to Cleveland. I hadn't heard any rumors for Geno to Arizona, but it seems like Arizona would have that need. And there's rumors to Buffalo. But if he gets past those 4 teams, and those 4 teams don't pick him, it's gonna be a little ugly because on down the line, there's no need for quarterbacks.
Well, no, what the Brandon Albert deal may be done. Oakland, here we go. The Raiders did not have a second-round pick. What I just saw is that they've got Miami's second-rounder. So they got a first and a second. They moved from 3 to 12, and they picked up the 42nd pick. So they're going to be 5 spots ahead of Dallas, which is now the 10th pick in the second round. Hey, for a team that didn't have a second-round pick, that's a good deal.
Yeah, it is. So, yeah.
Because here's the other thing. At 12, if they still want a defensive tackle, at least one of Richardson, Lotelele, and Floyd will be there. I'm almost certain one of those guys will be there at pick 12.
Yeah.
So they can still get a defensive tackle, or they might have their pick of the corners at 12, and now they have a second-round pick, something that they did not have at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, good job, Oakland. Now I'm wondering if that's the same. If Philadelphia got that same deal, because Deion Jordan wasn't going to Oakland. I really don't think there was any chance, but maybe somebody could have traded with Oakland and got Deion Jordan. But I wonder if Philadelphia got that same offer from Miami and wouldn't take it. We will see what's going on now. I'm really hoping to see Geno Smith going. Facing Geno Smith, it doesn't scare me like as soon as the Redskins got RG3. I hyperventilated a little bit, even though I knew it was happening. I just saw the next 10 years being trouble, and we got it in year 1. But I don't have fear of Geno Smith like that at all.
No.
Or maybe, hopefully, a Buffalo team that needs a quarterback will come up here and get him right now, or something like. We just need.
I would love to see Geno go here.
Yeah.
Because I would like to see Buffalo somewhere, whether they stay at 8 or maybe they move down to 11 or 12 or somewhere in there. Well, they're not going to move down to 12 now, but maybe if they get a taker for Tavon Austin, let's see them take a quarterback.
Yeah.
Somewhere ahead of pick 18. So then we have 2 quarterbacks in there. So things are moving.
Yeah. All right. Let me go to see what's going on with the comments. Someone is saying Texans would grab Geno if he falls. No, we don't. He's not going to go that far.
I don't think Geno's going to fall that far.
Yeah.
If he falls around the Cowboys pick, somewhere in the late teens, the teams, again, the Jacksonvilles, teams who are picking right about now would look at moving up to get it.
Yeah, this is it. I'm just like, whew. It's these next few picks are going to be so important. It's Philadelphia, but these next few picks are they're going to tell a lot, and it's nervous. I mean, I'm getting tweets. Rich Diaz says he's nervous. Everybody's nervous because we see our name on on the draft ticker, but there's no telling how these next 5-6 picks are going to go. Well, maybe Tennessee. I'm pretty sure they're going to get a lineman, but
I mean, we hear quarterback, but look, more than likely. The Eagles could go anyway. They could go offensive line. Lane, they could take Lane Johnson.
he's the athletic person they can use.
Right. They could go for Star. They're playing a 34 now.
3-4 defense, exactly. He's a 3-4 monster. So yeah, they've got, and then they could go. They could either. Well, I don't think Milliner is worth that big.
Here's the other thing. Again, I've been hearing for 2 or 3 days they want to deal down.
Mm-hmm.
Might they do what the Raiders just did? Might they look at a team like the Chargers and say, "Hey, you want Lane Johnson? Come and get it.
Come and get him." Exactly, and then they'll be able to get a corner down there.
We might see another trade here.
Yeah. I'd rather see. I'd just rather see Geno go off the board. I'd feel good with the quarterback going this early.
So would I.
Yeah. Bodes well.
I do think that somebody in this area, especially if one of these teams right in here, let's say the Eagles can move down a little bit.
Yeah.
Pick up an extra pick. Then maybe maybe they're in the Geno market. Who knows?
Yeah. Let me check my comments. Yeah, ESP Ben, who's a constant to the show, he says Lane Johnson is a perfect fit for Philly because he's athletic. Yeah, I agree. So they have, I think they have two. Here's the pick is in. They have 2 fallbacks. They have Geno if they can't get a trade partner. They've got Geno and they've got Lane Johnson. Both would be good quality picks for Philadelphia, and they would fill a need because you cannot trust Michael Vick. You just can't. A lot of prediction of the Geno being a Cardinal. Have you heard many Geno to the Cardinals?
No,
rumors?
I've not.
I haven't either.
The Cardinals have been trying to tamp that down. Of course, they did pick up. They traded for Carson Palmer. So.
Yeah, I guess at least they're gonna roll 1 year with Palmer. Because they just need. To be honest, in Arizona, they just need competent play from the quarterback position. That defense is nasty. And they just need a running game and some competent quarterback position. All right, Eagles.
Well, here we go. Oh, so they take Lane Johnson. So there you go. The tackles. Okay, so here's the first storyline starting to emerge. The tackles are gone now.
Yeah.
Before the tackles are gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the guards are pretty much.
Well, the guards could slide. Here's the interesting, maybe the next story. Will Fluker go before Cooper and Warmack are gone?
Really, you think he's moved up that much in the last?
I don't know, but there are teams in that area who desperately need an offensive tackle.
The A&M coach was on NFL Network just talking up Fluker today, talking about how of a monster he would be. I just had problems with his pass protection. That's why I didn't want him in Dallas. And it'd be great for us to have a good run blocker, but our current regime, we're just not going to run the ball. We're not going to run the ball that much. We're gonna try to run, and we're going to set up the run.
Not with the line that you have.
No. And I just think that someone that could immediately help Tony Romo, with protection would be a little bit better than someone that could help a running game that is basically non-existent. To me, Raphael, the running game is just all about philosophy. It's all about philosophy and commitment and things of that sort more than just actual players. You have to have a philosophy to run the ball. You have to commit to it, and you have to stick to that running game. Sometimes when it's not working.
You also need talent, and they just don't. Aside from left tackle, they don't have it.
Yeah, that's true too, though.
They just don't have it. It's a bad offensive line.
Yeah. And when we got those two guys in last year, I was just completely scratching my head because why would you take offensive linemen from teams that didn't want them, that were lesser teams, supposedly lesser teams than you, and thinking we could make them into stars or whatever? It blew my mind really, because there were two big contracts that McKenzie and Livings got. They weren't small. Eagles take Lane Johnson. Then Eagles go tackle.
All the defensive linemen are still there. Defensive tackles.
Yeah, all the tackle. Yeah, exactly. So it looks. The only bad thing right now is I wanted a quarterback to go.
Yeah, and one may still go.
Yeah.
But we're Cleveland. What's Cleveland going to do?
Right.
I would love to see Cleveland sit at 6 and take Gino.
Yeah, and I was hoping.
Positive for me, the next big positive move for the Cowboys, hoping to get somebody of quality to drop to them, is to see Gino go to Cleveland.
Yeah. I was hoping Philadelphia would move down to maybe, hopefully at the Dolphins spot, Dolphins move up and get Lane Johnson, or somebody move up and get that tackle, and the Dolphins would get Gino at like maybe 8, 9, 10, or 11, somewhere around that place. But now I'm just hoping someone. My hope is in Cleveland. My hope is in Cleveland. So who's
up Detroit, and what is Detroit going to do? I mean, they need a pass rusher. They've got age at defensive end. They're a 43 team.
They can go Milliner.
They need cornerbacks. Maybe this is where the cornerback runs.
It's too high for Milliner, in my opinion. But,
well, do they like one of the other ones?
Yeah. It's just way too high. What else do they need? They don't need a Tavon Austin because they've got Reggie Bush. But Tavon Austin said, they brought him in. They had a long conversation and told them how they could use him with him and Reggie Bush.
They could do that, but that smacks of the Matt Millen era, where they just kept going for receivers.
The best one, yeah.
They've got Calvin Johnson. They've got Reggie Bush.
It's the same thing as the Buffalo situation with Reggie Bush, in my opinion. I mean, like, you have the same type player, with the same skill sets. It doesn't make sense to me.
Who is the next available defensive end? Is it Ansah? Is it is it too high for Mingo?
I think it is Ansah. I think Ansah has the highest upside. I think it's a little too high for. I think it's too high for Milliner and too high for Mingo.
Okay.
But the pick is in.
We got Detroit. The draft is starting to pick up a little bit.
Yep.
We're at 47 minutes now. Here's pick 5. So we're under 10 minutes a pick, which is good.
Nice. Yep.
Need to speed up a little bit, but there's only been one trade, so. But these commercials are, for Allstate to get off the air and whoever else is in the.
I was hoping since the pick is in, they would go to the pick and then maybe fill that commercial in somewhere else. But
no, because they need to let their talking heads yak. So.
Yeah, exactly, and I guess they need to pay the talking heads too with commercials. So we just have to deal.
That's all right. They're not paying us, so we just got to sit, take our time.
It's the draft. We know how the draft is. Long and drawn out.
Yeah, and again, no surprises so far. Again, we knew that probably by pick 5, Detroit could also use an offensive tackle. So if Lane Johnson were here, we might be talking about him to Detroit.
Yeah.
But
everybody's commenting saying leave those guards alone. They want Warmack and even Fluker. I'm like, of what I've heard from Fluker in the last 24 hours, I guess I can warm up to him because I was just completely on just Warmack and Cooper, not Fluker.
I don't think Fluker's going to be their guy.
Okay, I can go with that. I'm good with that. King, what's up, King? Miguel Hernandez says Milliner to the Lions. I don't know.
Well,
this is an interesting pick.
I'm seeing Ansah.
I would take Ansah if I was them too. Them losing.
I think this is still speculation. I hope people are not jumping as they said they would not.
Yeah, I believe it. I'm with you, Mike Mayock. And you too, Rafael Vela.
What are they saying?
Ansa.
What are they saying?
Yeah.
You saying Ansa?
Yeah,
Well,
they're saying probably him. I mean, they lost Averill, and
They
Averill
lost
wasn't
him.
great. I think Ansa might be come in better than Averill.
Boss is old.
Yeah.
Brandon Boss is old. When you're a 4-3 team and you don't have ends, they need a pass rush.
Yeah.
But this is an iffy pick because, Ansa is all projection. Again, as one of the
Barry.
now people I talked to said, he could be the best player in this draft, but he has so much less tape than a lot of these other guys that are coming out. The risk factor is higher with Ziggy Ansah than it is with some of the other defensive ends.
Right. But then on the other side of the coin, with the talent that you have on the defensive line,
they don't need a defensive tackle. That's true.
The talent you have putting Ziggy Ansah with those guys, he's not going to get a lot of double teams. You know what I'm saying? He's going to get a better shot.
Right. He's going to play next to Ndamukong Suh a lot. So.
And you put 2 hats on Suh. You better. Yes, sir.
It's Ezekiel Ansah.
Yep. Ziggy Ansah.
I'm fine with this. Another pick who's not dipping into. This guy's going to hyperventilate.
I know. What are you mad about, dude? You need to pass rush. You don't need offense in Detroit. Your offense is smoking.
That's okay.
And then this will help your. I guess there might be a person that was wanting D. Milliner, but I guess people don't get how important your pass rush is to coverage. It is stupid vital. If you can't, I mean, look at Tampa Bay. I mean, they couldn't get a pass rush last year, and they completely sucked back there.
Okay, so we're 5 picks into the draft.
Yep.
All right. Let's take stock of what's still around. All right.
Okay.
All the defensive tackles are on the board. Richardson, Tulele, and Floyd.
Awesome.
Okay. Kenny Vaccaro's on the board. Both of the guards are on the board. None of the cornerbacks have gone yet.
Right.
There hasn't been a single cornerback taken.
Right.
I imagine we're going to start to see some of those positions picked over just a little bit. I would love to see a quarterback go. I would be thrilled if a receiver went in the next few picks.
Yeah.
But let's see what happens.
Cleveland, there was talk about Cleveland going defensive tackle, I think.
No, well, remember, they invested in free agent defensive tackles.
Yeah. No, I was thinking Cincinnati. I got them mixed up. They was thinking about putting someone beside Atkins. So, yeah, I don't know where Cleveland's going to go, man. It's just Milliner has been there on every mock since I've seen, the start of these mocks. They plugged Milliner either with Detroit or right there with Cleveland. And most of them I've seen Milliner right there at Cleveland to go there to pair up with Hayden. And I guess that's probably what's going to happen because I can't think of anyone else that'll fill that position other than Geno. Go Geno.
What do we got here?
The pick is in. Geno Smith. Move.
Is it?
Move. Well, I'm hoping.
That didn't take long, did it?
Yeah, they got it in quick. So let's get Ziggy Ansah off the television.
Let's see what the feed coughs up here. I would love to see a quarterback go. Or Milliner.
Yeah, or Milliner. Just somebody that we don't need.
A cornerback or a quarterback. I mean, but God, there's still so many picks between. We're only up to pick 6. So there's still 11 spots. But, pretty soon, by the time we get to 10, the numbers game goes.
Yeah. And then we'll kind of know because Carolina, New Orleans don't have the same needs as those guys. We do with St. Louis.
Who's the athlete here? I'm seeing, and again, I can't confirm this. I'm seeing Barkevius Mingo.
Really interesting.
No. Everybody. Well, never mind. Okay. I've seen 5 tweets come up and they've got 5 different names. Nobody knows who the Browns are, and good for the Browns.
Yeah.
They are. If you've thrown them out, they put out so much smoke.
Come on, guys. The pick's been in for 5 minutes now. Now in this position right now, are the Cardinals already on the clock to when this pick comes in? The Cardinals will be.
I believe the Cardinals are on the clock.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Good.
So
I just hate to be wasting time.
I'm seeing Barkevius Mingo.
Wow.
Let's find out. I mean, the pick has been in, so probably some people.
Somebody. I mean, this long. It's been at least a couple minutes.
You can't sit on it for 2 minutes and not have it leak out.
Yeah. We've Barkevius Mingo's cousin has called somebody. So that would be an interesting pick, man. If this here he comes, Roger.
Now I'm seeing more and more. Yeah. Jason Luckenforth back to his habits. He's the leaker. Let's see.
Mingo.
There you go.
All right. That.
Another defensive end. Another potential 3-4 outside linebacker. Maybe, could be a 4-3 end, but again, not a guy who was really in Dallas's.
No.
Maybe if a Barkevius Mingo, in a fever dream, if you're sitting at pick 18 and you look up and there he is, then he's too much of a talent to pass on.
Yeah.
But that's the only scenario which you can see the Cowboys taking a defensive end. They probably will need to look at defensive end
later. Yeah.
Because they don't have any depth behind Ware and Spencer at that position.
Just the current number 70 here. I mean, Crawford, if he's going to play defensive end in this scheme, I hear back and forth. Huh?
Right, he's a strong side end. But what would they do if DeMarcus Ware hurt his neck again?
Exactly. Well, you just don't. Well, not only that. I mean, with the current DeMarcus Ware that we have, he doesn't take all the snaps. He needs to have. We need to have somebody that can give us some good quality snaps behind Ware and Spencer. So is it going to be Crawford? I know Crawford's not the pass rush type. He can help out on the run, but we don't have another heat supplier.
He's going to be the rotational back. He's going to be there in the early downs on the strong side, and he'll take wear and tear off Anthony Spencer.
Good.
That's ideally what you'd like to see from Terron Crawford. That's a position he played at Boise State in their 43. It's better suits him. When the Cowboys drafted him, he was 278, 280 pounds. There was talk that to play the 5 technique, they were going to have to put 15 pounds on him.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to worry about that now. He can just worry about functional strength and explosiveness. Can he hold the point? He's going to be playing wider now. He's going to be playing over tight ends a lot. Whereas in a straight 3-4, he'd be playing on the outside shoulder of guys who outweigh him by 40, 50 pounds. Now he's going to be playing head up a lot of times with tight ends who are smaller than him.
What do you think of Ben Bass? I mean, he was one guy that really popped out at me during last year, during the preseason and stuff like that. So do you think we can get something out of him this year?
It's an unknown. It's a new position. Again, he's the guy from A&M, correct? Texas A&M?
Yeah. Yes.
Right. And I believe he played in a 43 there. What the Cowboys really need, I mean, yes, they have age at the 3 technique, but they have 2 guys who look like they could be fits there in Hatcher and in Radliff.
Right.
And you think, even though they're both old, if they're rotating, you can keep them effective that way because you're reducing their snaps. Where the Cowboys really have nobody who's concrete, who's above average, who might be able to take snaps away from those guys or to produce and become a starter is at the 1. The guy who's, the 1 technique is the guy who plays kind of on the slant over the center. He lines up kind of angled at the center's ear hole. His job is to, try to get penetration through that gap, engage the center, and in doing so, force the offensive line to bring a guard on him. So he's absorbing double teams. On rundowns, he's to keep, Sean Lee, the middle linebacker, clean. But also on passing downs, he's supposed to, force cover protection to slide that guard over so that the 3 technique, whether it's Radliff or Hatcher, gets single blocked every single time. Right. That means and that's where you hope your interior pass protection comes from. But you need a guy who's more than a clod. You can't just have, a typical 34 nose tackle who's 330 pounds. I mean, that's nice against the run, but in a Miami Pittman scheme, you basing everything on four-man lines. You want ideally to get your rush from 4 guys. So every one of those guys has to have some explosiveness off the ball.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
If they're not making sacks, they're getting penetration.
Penetration in the middle of the football field, exactly.
They're troubling the interior of that offensive line.
Yeah.
I think that's why Starr was so intriguing.
Yeah.
Because Richardson, who's the other guy I missed? Floyd. And Lochelele, the guy who's the best fit at the 1 by far is Starr, because he's bigger, he's squattier, he's 6'2",
right?
He's stronger.
He's gonna go the way he wants to go. You're not gonna move him.
And now here's where one of the guards could go. You're looking for a little heartache. Arizona could throw a little cold water on us, because so far, hey, things are looking pretty good from a Cowboys perspective.
Well, we saw them put the camera on Geno Smith, and then we saw the Cardinals war room and them doing high fives to each other. So I can hope, right?
Let's see.
I'm like envisioning Geno Smith at the in a Cardinals uniform right now. Let's make it happen, Cards. You don't really believe in Carson Palmer, do you?
I'm seeing Cooper here.
Wow, and that's
this is where Cowboy fans could start to frown a little bit.
Yeah, but that's the buzz I was hearing. People were pumping up Cooper over and over and over in the last 24 hours. I've heard his names.
I'm seeing Starr and Cooper right now.
Starr and Cooper.
One of those two. And again, if this happens, what we're seeing now, this is what we were that iffy scenario, the good, the bad. Here's the 4th offensive lineman in 7 picks.
Yes.
In fact, it is Cooper. That run on offensive lineman is happening. Let's see.
Geno Smith.
It's Cooper.
Cooper. Wow.
And
all right.
Oh, I love the jacket. Look at that. He's got the Carolina blue tie. He's got the Carolina blue kerchief.
Yeah, I hear that's an athletic monster. Look at those arms on that dude.
Yes. Okay, but again, here comes.
It's not looking good.
Well,
for Geno.
What this suggests is that the run, we could see Warmack and Fluker gone in the next 4 picks.
Yeah, because definitely. I can see Tavon Austin in the next few. Warmack to the Jets, maybe.
Here comes Buffalo.
Yeah, and then San Diego. San Diego's going to get somebody we want. I can feel it.
They may take Fluker just because they need an offensive lineman so badly, and he's the last big one left.
Wouldn't it just be brilliant if Floyd somehow dropped to the Raiders?
It could happen.
That would just be with them being mocked, to get Floyd and him falling, because not only Floyd, him and Starr, they can get a quality defensive tackle, what they could have got in that 3 at that position, and then pick up the second. That Oakland did very well for himself.
Oh yes.
I was about to say something bad about Al, but I didn't. I kept my mouth shut and I kept it classy. Keeping it classy. That's what we do here. But,
okay.
Wow.
Okay, so again, here's the bad is the offensive linemen are flying off the board. The good is all the defensive tackles are still
there. Still
okay.
there. But we do have San Diego,
Buffalo,
Oakland.
And look, Shango, we know Buffalo is not going to take a defensive
No, that's the only team. But the rest of them, Carolina, Jets, maybe not the Jets. Oakland. No, the Jets. The Jets need Starr. Yeah, exactly. San Diego.
And here's the thing about the Jets. Okay, now, the Jets could also take Warmack. They need interior line help, but also, one of the positions that they've needed badly over time is they run a 34. They don't have a big time outside linebacker who rush the passer. So, but you look up, Jordan's gone, Mingo's gone. The 2 most likely targets for them have been taken off the board. So where they could find value is at defensive end. Starr could make a lot of sense for them.
Yeah. All right, Buffalo. What are you going to do? Are you going to get your quarterback? There's a trade.
trade.
There's a trade. Who's going up to get Geno Smith?
Listen, you could see a star pop up.
I know. I would lose my. Oh, St. Louis is gonna get Tavon Austin. St. Louis.
This is what I told you. Buffalo was hyping Tavon Austin. They wanted to entice teams.
Got him.
Tavon Austin to come up, and here we go.
Got him. Wow, they had to give up a lot for that.
They're gone. And you know what this also does, Shango? This increases the odds that Buffalo takes they're going down to 16.
Yeah.
Buffalo could very easily get their quarterback at 16.
Yes.
It's much more easier to rationalize taking
Doesn't matter.
Austin at 16 than
Yep.
it is at.
Doesn't matter to me as long as you get that quarterback before 18. As long as you get that quarterback off the board before 18, I'm happy with it. 16, wherever, 7, 8, whatnot.
And look, I'm going to type something here, and I can't, my ADD won't let me walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, so I'm going to tweet and then I'll come back.
Okay, cool. Jedi, hey, what's up, Jedi? How's it going? I'm gonna give some people some shout outs while you're doing that. What's up, Jedi? I wanted Cooper too, man. You know how we love those offensive linemen. Rams, Tavon Austin, the Rams, right? Exactly. Everybody's got it picked. I thought, me too, Norg won. I thought Floyd was supposed to go second. As Raphael was saying, it's doing good because if we hold tight, and don't try to jump up and don't try to make any moves, one of those defensive tackles may just fall to us. I mean, it looks like definitely Richardson to be there.
Look, here's the good of this.
Okay.
Okay, I got it. Hang on.
No problem. We got all day.
Okay.
Cowboys need to.
Here's the thing.
Go
It
ahead.
increases the odds that a quarterback goes at 16 because Buffalo's looking for one. Okay.
Yeah.
But also, now that the Rams are out of the 16 hole and they've used that first pick, they're no longer the Vaquero sweepstakes. That's huge for the Cowboys.
Yes. Okay, so they're gone. So this is wrong now. So they don't have 16 in up front of us. That pick belongs to Buffalo. What else did Buffalo get though?
I don't know, but the Rams still have. The Rams may have used their second because remember they have the 22nd pick, and from what I understand, late this afternoon they were shopping the 22nd. They could very well drop out of the first, go back into the early second, and dump and recoup the pick that they just burned right now to move up for Tavon Austin.
Yeah, I just don't think that with Geno falling like this, I just don't think Buffalo has to jump at a quarterback at 16. I don't think they have to. I think if they stay patient, Nassib will probably be there in the second round for him.
Say again?
Ryan Nassib will probably be there in the second round for Buffalo. So I don't really think they have to.
No. I'm hearing Jacksonville might be interested in him. Okay. If Buffalo, here's the other thing about Ryan Nassib. Okay?
Nassib, yeah.
But Buffalo's new head coach was Doug Marrone, was Nassib's coach at Syracuse.
Right.
Okay. Now maybe they want him. I've heard him linked to Buffalo quite a bit in the last 3 weeks. Okay, but again, if you want him, 8 was probably too rich. But now, if you picked up an extra second-round pick in this deal and you take him at 16, your fans are not going to complain.
Yeah. I would.
And I want a quarterback going.
Yeah, me too. I would probably complain.
And you know what else would really make me do the happy dance is if the Jets stun us here in the next few picks and take Geno.
Exactly. Come on, Jets. You're good for a good storyline like that, man. They could do something crazy. That would be awesome. Geno to the Jets. Someone says Vaccaro may go here. I don't think Vaccaro will go up. No.
No, they're not moving. They're not moving up to take Kenny Vaccaro.
No, they're moved up to get Tavon Austin.
Stranger things have happened. I did see one mock today that had Vaccaro in the top 10.
But Tavon Austin, it makes all the sense in the world.
Who's going to take him at 9? Who's going to take Vaccaro at 9?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. This might be Kenny Vaccaro. Nothing will surprise me at this point.
Tavon Austin.
Avon Austin, there we go. Okay.
That makes sense to those guys. He can be used in a lot of different ways, man. So, and he can take little passes from Bradford. He could be Bradford's best friend. That's a little guy though. Jeez. He's small. I'm not a fan of small players. Let's see.
Okay, now one more point. We just saw what Buffalo did.
Yeah.
Last 2 days, they got the press. They put word out through the press. Hey, you know what? This guy is our guy. We love Tavon Austin, and we need to take him here because we're afraid other teams will take him at 9 or take him at 10.
Yeah.
So what did they do? They spooked. They enticed. You pick your adjective. The Rams to come up to 8 to get him. All right. All the people, DC, I know you're listening out there, all the teams are worried that Cowboys are going to take Tyler Eifert at 18. This is what what Buffalo just did with Austin is what the Cowboys
are trying
doing with Eifert.
We're trying to do.
Bait teams. To anybody who's interested in him, hey, you want him? You can come up to us and get him. Assuming that the Cowboys' the big targets are gone. Now, again, we're now at pick 10. Let's take stock. No, we're at pick 9. Let's take stock. All the defensive tackles are on the board. Warmack is still on the board.
Yep.
Vaccaro is still on the board.
Yeah.
So those are like 5 players of interest. I mean, and some people. I know some people are. I'm getting tweets. Some people don't like Vaccaro. Some people like him.
Yeah, he's 50-50 around my guys.
Whether you like him or not, let's just be rational about this.
Yeah.
The Cowboys like him. Okay?
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
And he's getting high ratings from scouts.
Right, but let's talk about the guys we know are in the discussion for the Cowboys if they're there at 18.
Right.
Vaccaro is in that discussion.
Right.
He's a player of interest, a priority player. So are the 3 tackles. So is Warmack. Those are the 5 guys we're tracking right now. Okay. Now again, let's see another receiver. If Austin now has gone at 8, will that suck another receiver up?
Exactly. We need what they didn't come up in the mocks when Tavon was put in the top 10.
Justin Hunter up.
Hunter.
Patterson up.
Cordero. That's what I'm looking for. Cordero, and definitely I'm looking there at Carolina's position because they have a lot of needs, but one of their needs is a wide receiver. And if they think Cam to Cordero will be a winning combination, then they can go ahead and take him off the board, and that would help us out tremendously because Carolina also needs a defensive tackle. They've been missing on that for year after year after year, so they need to show up that middle of that defense.
But again, let's look at the road ahead. Who's coming up now? The Jets are going to pick twice.
Yeah.
Chances are one of these is going to be a defensive tackle. Again, you just said it. Carolina's sitting there.
Yeah.
They could take a defensive. Look, the Jets by themselves could wreck our early evening.
Yeah.
They could take Warmack with 1 pick, and they could take Star with the other.
Yeah.
Boom. Right there. Okay?
They don't really need Milliner because they have Cow.
But what I would love to see, the run on corner start now. But look, the Jets need a corner. We talked about they have a ton of needs. This is we're talking about bad AFC football teams. This is a bad AFC football team.
Yes, it is. I agree. It's this. I'm having anxiety right now because of this pick.
You just take deep breaths. Take deep breaths. We got a long way to go.
What's up, Sil DeVille? Sil DeVille asks, "Am I a fan of us trading down for another second-round pick?" Hold off. If these tackles start flying off the board, and if the Jets do what Raphael was just saying, I will be saying, please, Dallas, get on the phone, call somebody to move out of that spot. Because, like you said, there's like 5 people out there that we could really use. After that, we'll probably be reaching for someone, which I hate.
Well, again, what the other fans have pointed out, and they're very right, the Jets were very interested in Tavon Austin. The Jets need, again, with the million other things that they need a pass rusher.
Yeah.
They need an interior offensive lineman. They could use a defensive lineman. What they really don't have, they have a quarterback who's 10 times more under the gun than Tony Romo and Mark Sanchez, and he has no weapons.
Yeah.
There's no receivers to throw to. You know, did he lose his tight end? Did what's his name? Is Dustin Keller still there?
I think he is. Could somebody confirm
with
that with us if Dustin Keller is still with the Giants?
But
Jets out there.
Here's the thing: Dustin Keller is their best weapon. They don't have a running back. They don't have any receivers of note. Okay, and that's a big reason. We talk about Romo not having protection. Okay, and he doesn't.
Yeah.
But Mark Sanchez, at least Romo has some weapons to throw to. Mark Sanchez has nobody to play with. So, I think that's what prompted the Rams' move, is that Buffalo knew that the Jets were interested. I think the Jets were not very coy about their interest in Tavon Austin. So I think the Rams knew. If they wanted him, they had to move.
My guys are having a good time over here. Yuma Cactus, my boy, is saying Geno to the Jets, and I'm behind you, man. But Brad Ohm said, come on, Jets. Barkley is available. You love them USC quarterbacks. Get you another one. I would love either one of those. I would be so happy with either one of those picks.
I'm behind that gentleman in drinking, and I say that with due respect. I need to get a little more in the spirit, as it were.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
That would be awesome. For a reach for Barkley right now, I would just love it. Yeah, I would go get a drink, and I don't even drink. Oh, man. All right. Well, where are we at? Is the pick in with the Jets?
Let's see here.
Oh, I can't wait for the booze. I can't wait for the booze. There we go. The pick is in.
Jets, there's some speculation that it's going to be Chance or Vaccaro.
Well, I don't like either one of those.
Again, we just talked about the Jets. They could go in 5 different directions. But Tavon, I know Tavon was a guy who interested them.
Yeah. They actually told Tavon that they had packages, already installed in the offense for him. They had a plan.
I'm seeing from a New York beat writer. It's D. Milner. That would be awesome. That would make me very happy.
Yes.
Look at that list. Look at the first 4 names.
Yeah, the first 4 names is all those are
Yeah. It's still early to get too excited about it. There's still too many picks, but hey, they're all. Did you think we'd get if the Jets go corner here? Did you think we'd get to pick 10 and all the defensive tackles would still be sitting on the board?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. That's awesome. And then we'll just have a few people. It'll be solidified. If this is Milner, then it's solidified that we're going to get a quality defensive tackle almost.
Well, let's see.
Let's see what's up.
Let's see if this is confirmed. Again, it was Gary Myers, who's a beat writer for, I forget which of the New York papers, who said it was Milner. Let's see.
D. Milner, you're on top of it. Good.
Thank you. We do a happy clap.
Good job. I'm going to take a run to the facility right quick. I'll be right back. I'm leaving you in control.
One down here.
All right.
We're 9 picks. We're up to pick 10. And I guess if you're sitting in Cowboys world, the bad news, there has been a mini run on offensive linemen because we've seen 5 of them go so far. The first 3 offensive tackles, again, no surprise there. Lane Johnson, Eric Fisher, and Luke Jokel were gone by pick 4. No surprise there. There was some speculation this morning that all 3 of them could be gone in the first 3 picks. Deion Jordan kind of crashed that party. When the Dolphins, we had the first surprise trade. The Dolphins, if you're just joining us, traded up from pick 12 into the 3rd spot and took Deion Jordan. They gave one of their second-round picks to Oakland. So the Raiders are happy. The Dolphins are happy at the moment. But on the good side, and then we saw Jonathan Cooper go 7th to Arizona. So in the first 7 picks, 4 offensive linemen are gone. So that's the downside if you're a Cowboys fan and you're looking for offensive line help. Because I guess the only one left of the big set is Chance Warmack. I know that there's some DJ Fluker partisans out there. Everything I've heard, from people I know around the team, is that Cowboys are not as bullish on DJ Fluker as maybe a lot of fans are. So
Right.
I'm not going to say that he's one of the priority players on the short list. The good side is, with the offensive lineman moving up, with Tavon Austin being taken in the top 10 now, And now, hopefully, let's hope that we see a mini run on cornerbacks here because
Yes.
we could see a couple of them go in the next 3 or 4 picks. That would
Yeah.
be very thrilling. All the defensive tackles are still on the board. But what's interesting? We're at pick 10 now. Okay, we're at pick 10. The Raiders are sitting at 12, and they know they're guaranteed a
A
defensive
defensive
tackle.
tackle. Yeah, they're guaranteed one. Yeah, exactly. And I'm pretty sure either Tennessee or San Diego, one of those two is going Warmack.
I would
So
hope. Well, you could see Warmack. You could see Warmack and Fluker go in the next 3 picks.
yeah. So Oakland, I mean, now their move looks
It's
absolutely
brilliant.
brilliant. Brilliant. The pick is the only thing I've heard. Tennessee is one of those teams like Jacksonville, just bad. But with them losing Mr. Levitra,
Yes.
then it's probably going to be Warmack here. I'm just thinking. Hopefully they'll go somewhere else, but I just don't see any immediate need for those guys other than him.
Well, the early winners so far, we just talked about it. I have to say is the Oakland Raiders.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And yeah, exactly, because we know what they're going to get right now, and then they have a value in the second round that they wouldn't have had. They would have had a 0 there, and now they have a valuable pick. So they got someone they probably would have been able to get, would have been forced to get rather, at number 3, but they can get that same player and then another player. They've won so far.
Well, let's see. I mean, okay, here's the other thing now. If you want to move up, if you're the Cowboys, you saw the value. Let me, Shango, hang on for a second. What do you feel for a second? I'm going to do a little search here.
Okay, sure.
The Raiders, some people are speculating that the Raiders go cheap. I'm wondering what the pick was worth under what Miami gave up. Miami moved from 12 to 3, right?
What all did they give up? Because that's a big jump.
And they only gave up a high second. That's 1,000 points they gave up. 1,000 points under the old draft value chart is the 16th overall pick,
Okay.
and they gave up the 45th pick, I think, or the 42nd pick, which is 480 points. So they moved up for half of what it used to cost. So if you're the Cowboys, might you be able to move up to say pick 13 or 14 if Starr or Warmack or somebody like that is still there, and maybe only give up a 4th round pick instead of the 3rd round pick?
Yeah.
Because again, under the old chart, I'm looking at the points here. Let's say you want to move up to Oakland. Let's say Oakland wants to move down again. Okay, that's 300 points, and 300 points is a low second. All right, but they did it for half that. So what if you gave Oakland, I don't know, a 4th,
Yeah, 4th.
a pick next year? Listen.
It was
Yeah,
my
I'm here.
doggy. He pulled
I
out my.
can hear you loud and clear. Okay. Again, I was going to say Tennessee's pick is in. This could be Warmack right here,
Yeah.
and cause a little bit of heartburn in the Cowboys world. Let's see. So I'm seeing Titans. It's Warmack, Floyd, or Starr. So, question is which one? I'm seeing. Well, again, this is speculation. It's Warmack.
Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world right now, and that's exactly.
Okay. But here's the thing: if Starr and Floyd are still on the board, I have to think that between the Jets and the Chargers and the Panthers at 13, by the time it's pick 15, all three of those guys could be gone.
Yeah, I'm saying that too. Because what else would San Diego need right now at this point? Fluker?
If the Titans take Warmack here, all four of these guys who we've been targeting, they could be gone in the next 5 picks very easily.
And then I'm freaking.
Again, this is why I was saying, of all of those guys still on the board, Vaccaro's the most likely. But then again, if the Saints take him, and there were some rumors the Saints like Vaccaro, we could get to pick 16, and what we call the Tyler Eifert project suddenly comes into force.
That's in our back pocket.
I don't want that to be the case, but some people were saying, I tweeted, I said that's what they're trying to do, and some people were like, oh, I don't want that. I don't want it either. I want one of these guys to shake free, but the odds are against it.
Yeah.
Although, obviously, Jason LaConfora, who is good at jumping the gun and teasing this, says that DJ Fluker could be the guy at San Diego. That would be huge for the Cowboys.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. But, yeah.
No, because that's a interior lineman who slides.
Transformer.
There we go.
Thanks, LaConfora.
San Diego is suddenly very important.
Yep. All right, guys. Now it's starting. My palms are starting to sweat a little bit. Let me wipe these things off here. I'm getting a little nervous. Him and Cooper was some big old boys, man. And Fluker's huge too, though. But I'm just, they talked about Fluker's weight issues also. It's just some, and then Jason Garrett's offense, and I think that has a lot to do with their disinterest in Fluker. Even though he's a great run blocker, I don't know if he's good with our blocking schemes, whatever our schemes are. But, Jason Garrett wants to get out and run, and block in space and stuff like that. I'm not sure Fluker would be, great at that with his size.
Well, let's go back. Let's see. Again, let's see if... it's not confirmed, but okay. Now both guards are gone. So here we are, where we're at pick 10. Boy, the Chargers picked fast, didn't they?
Yeah.
Their pick's already in. Good for them.
Yeah. I mean, it was a no-brainer for them,
Well, no. I mean, are they going to take Starr here, or are they going to take Fluker?
I was talking about,
if they're going on, if they're going on what the draftniks think, they should take a defensive tackle. If they're going purely on need here, okay, I'm seeing more that Fluker is going to be the Chargers guy.
Yeah. All right, that's good though, because I don't think Fluker was on our board, so that'll leave Oakland Jets. Still, it's that Oakland Jet block.
Next 8,
Those next 3 picks after this 11, Oakland Jets, Carolina. If it goes DT, then we need to reevaluate our situation. But Vaccaro's still there.
Let's see, who's at 13? The Jets. Who's at 12? Oh, yeah, Raiders.
But the Saints could be in play now with Vaccaro.
Vaccaro, again, the 4 players that we have left on the board could go in the next 4 picks.
Yeah. Wow.
Fluker is a guy here between 12, 13, 14, and 15. That's it.
Oh, man. I think they should get on the phone now and
No.
and prep moving down, because I just after those 4 guys, I just don't see anyone. I really don't. Yeah, I wanted Warmack too. There's a lot. I'm still getting a lot of people. Jeff Miller, I do not want Vaccaro, and I think he's typed that like 17 times.
I do. Again, I don't care if I'm in a minority opinion. I like him. And,
nice fade. I like. He made a comment. Eifert. Maybe it is Eifert at this point. You might be a bit.
I think Tyler Eifert again. Tyler Eifert. Yes, if you're going straight off board and you just want to pick the best player, you do it.
Yeah.
But I think the Cowboys would be trying to shop Eifert in the exact same way that Buffalo shopped Tavon Austin.
Tavon Austin.
Is get somebody in the 20s.
Basically trade him.
Eifert so they can move down. Then if they move down to say with Minnesota to like pick 25 or pick 23, if they move down with Atlanta at pick 30, they can pick up an extra second rounder. And then when you're in that late half of the 20s, between say 25 and 30, then you're in the sweet spot for that second round of offensive line.
Yeah.
Unless they want to sit at 18 and take Sylvester Williams. That's the other thing. If Vaccaro's gone, he's, I guess, if sitting and drafting, I think he's the guy. But I could be wrong.
Yeah. Someone said that Chris Johnson just tweeted, "Thank God." I bet. Yeah. What about Geno? He can go in Oakland. Hopefully Geno.
No, this is going to be Fluker.
Well, and with Oakland.
Oh, Oakland, bless their hearts. They pulled it off. Now they're going to get their pick of defensive tackle.
Sure, if Sharif Floyd here.
Reggie McKenzie, tip of the hat to, again, the early start of this draft is Reggie McKenzie. Pulled off that deal, came in with no second round pick, got a high, not just a second round pick, a high second round pick.
Exactly. A quarterback. They can get a quarterback.
Of their 2 picks.
Yeah.
And he still gets a guy that people link to him at 3.
And then they probably could get somebody like E.J. Manuel early in the second round. A quarterback with, that they can use. So, it's good job, Oakland. Well, let's see. Hopefully they mess it all up by drafting Geno Smith right here. That would be awesome.
Well, what we need is the Jets to do something crazy here.
Somebody's saying, what about trading up and getting Floyd at this point?
Well, the Raiders want Floyd. That's the thing.
Yeah.
The Raiders want a defensive tackle more than anything in the world, and now they're sitting at 12, and all 3 of them are on the board. The Raiders are not trading down again. Carolina wants a defensive lineman.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And who's the Jets? The thing is, maybe the Jets want to deal with you. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. But,
I mean, the Jets will go defense again. How mad would you be on that offense and they just don't take care of the offense? I guess they just defensive team.
Look at the Jets offense, okay?
Yeah.
Who's there who's worth value? They don't have there are no offensive linemen who are worth the pick now for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Are any wide receivers?
No.
Okay.
They went big last year.
If they're looking for a rusher, maybe this is where Jarvis Jones goes. If you're looking for a guy who fits the bill.
Still too high. I think. Yeah. Still too high for him.
Maybe not. Remember, the Saints have been linked with Jarvis Jones a lot at 15.
Right.
So, what's the difference between 13 and 15?
Yeah. Okay. I've just always saw him down in the 20s, below our pick. I think I've seen him once in New Orleans. Yeah, but
Keenan Allen had some problems, failed some tests at the combine, so he might have been in the discussion here because the Jets need a receiver so badly. But he's dropped down. Who's here now? The defensive tackles.
Yeah.
Right. Kenny Vaccaro.
Yeah.
Unless the Jets do something nutty and take a guy like Jonathan Cyprien.
We can only hope. We are getting close.
I'm watching the. Let's see.
Yeah, everybody's hoping the Raiders take Geno. I doubt it's going to happen, but are there any other guards that are serviceable? I think the rest of the guards are second rounders. Jarabi. Yeah, Frozen Yogurt says Geno to the Raiders and Eifert to the Jets would be awesome. It sure would. Sildeville, maybe we should trade down and get Reed. I mean, I'm if these next few picks go left, then I would say.
Okay, well, hold on.
Go ahead.
Somebody just brought up a very interesting point.
Go ahead.
And again, this is something. Hang on. my dog got excited by the draft. Hey, excuse me for a second. Get on.
That was my dog that unplugged my mic. Live TV.
Come on. You know, we are discounting something that I was told this morning, which may come to pass, which is the Raiders. You know, we're all assuming, and we've been doing it all for the last 2 hours, that the Raiders are going to take a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
You know, the thing I was told is that if they move down, they might think of taking a corner here. Well, you know, D. Milner's gone, but all the other cornerbacks are still there.
D. Milner is number 2 on Mayock's list. What's his name? Hayden had moved completely up.
You know, if you're a Cowboys fan, cross your fingers and hope the Raiders take Mr. Hayden.
I'm with it.
Okay, well, here, we're going to find out. The pick is in.
Well, don't we have to wait for the commercials?
Well,
we do. You don't. You're our inside guy on that.
They're hearing Hayden. Again, that's what my guy told me this afternoon. If they moved out of the top 10, they're looking for corner. I'm now seeing Hayden.
That'd be awesome.
Cross your fingers, ladies and gentlemen.
That would be awesome. That would be gorgeous. Because he's one guy we did not... I mean, that would be as good. Them getting Hayden would be just as good as them getting Geno Smith at this point. It would serve the same purpose.
Well, let's see. I'm going to see if somebody will jump the gun for me and give me that. But I'll take a few seconds of the Raider cheerleaders.
Yeah.
That's okay. Nothing yet. Somebody's got Jason LaConfort taped into his chair.
Come on, guys. We don't like for that pick to be in and then we not know. You know what I'm saying? When we see it red on the screen and the pick is in.
I agree.
We know somebody knows.
Again, there's more speculation that it's Hayden.
Good. What is Rich Eisen saying?
I don't know. Rich is somehow not in my... He's not saying anything right now.
Mayock is talking right now.
Yeah, Hayden. I'm seeing more Hayden. Wow. DJ Hayden. There it is.
DJ Hayden. Thank you, Raiders.
Yay.
Good job.
You know what? My guy was money.
Good job. Thank you, John FC. Hayden will go here. This is awesome. So now it looks like we're gonna get that defensive tackle.
Well,
I mean,
don't jump the gun. The Steelers need
Pittsburgh is a wild card because Pittsburgh, they just wait for talent to fall in their lap.
Yep.
DJ Hayden went flying up the draft boards there at the end. But yeah, the A&M coach was talking him up tremendously today, and saying that he is probably the best corner in this draft.
I'm giving a little love on Twitter to my site to my source who told me this afternoon that if the Raiders moved out of the top 10, they were looking for a cornerback, and that's what they did. And that should make all of us as Cowboys right now very happy because the defensive tackle dream is still very much alive.
Still not one taken.
Now, we need the Jets. We really need the Jets to do... to go for some offensive sizzle here.
Yeah. Geno. We need the Jets for Geno.
Receiver. I'm happy with the receiver.
Cordero. Yeah. And everybody I'm saying, I would be so mad if I was a Jet fan and they got... I'd lose my mind if they get Geno Smith right now if I was a Jet fan. Or any kind of wide receiver with Mark Sanchez, knowing they just got a wide receiver that they can't use.
Hey, Sango?
Uh-huh.
I didn't think about it till just now. Let the Jets take Tyler
Eifert. Yeah.
Not with the Jets, anything is possible.
I mean,
I'm sorry, Jet fans, if there are any. I doubt that there's a single Jet fan on the planet listening to us. But if you are, you know what I just said is true. Anything is possible.
But inside the organization, you have to know that they're pushing for an offensive player. They've got to be pushing for it. I mean, the offensive side of the ball needs help. But the value is on the defensive side of the ball right now. To be honest.
Well, hey, you know what? Here we are, pick 13, pick 14. This is where, and again, remember this. This is where teams like the Falcons are looking to move up.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
the cornerback run is starting.
Yep.
Xavier Rhodes is still there.
Yep.
You know, what you would love to see right now is a trade and see Atlanta's logo pop up right now.
Right there in Buffalo's spot.
Right now.
No, in Pittsburgh's spot. Well, Pittsburgh ain't moving. There's no need to call those guys.
Oof.
Yeah, the corners have done well for us, but the quarterbacks are really making me mad.
Well, hey, Eifert or Geno or Eifert to the Jets, and we can all at that point, if we get to pick 14 and all the defensive tackles and Vaccaro are on the board, you know, one of them is going to be at 18. I can't see all four of them going in the next 4 picks. I just can't.
Right.
The Jets are huge. Jets are discussing Geno Smith. Ha-ha! And it's Aaron Schefter saying that, so it's not some crazy, oh please.
I had to sit back on that one. I'm just sitting on that one. Hopefully, it would be absolutely wonderful.
Well, Shango, you just said that you don't drink, so I'm prepping one for you if they take Geno Smith.
Yeah, man.
Come on.
But they're talking tight end. They're talking Geno Smith.
Again, Geno Smith, Tyler Eifert.
Both brilliant.
And Starr. Those are the 3 names that I'm seeing out of Jets world.
Okay.
That debate apparently. We don't know. This could be just people on Twitter. Although these are beat writers. These could be people on Twitter making stuff up. So
yeah. And they, you jump for it right now. You don't know where it's come from, but you jump because you don't have but a few seconds to get it out. Floyd, Richardson, Starr.
Desmond Trufant. Hey, who did the Jets take at their first pick? Did they take Milner?
Milner, yeah.
Okay, so the corner's gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no Trufant here.
Right, but no defensive tackles have gone. Cross your fingers and hope that they all go because Carolina will take one of them.
Yeah. Vaccaro. Carolina needs a safety bad. But I don't even think they I didn't see many mocks having Vaccaro going to Carolina. But if Carolina gets Floyd, they will be just super happy. If Floyd falls all the way to us, I would lose my mind.
Well, again, it could happen. Now, here's the other thing: when we get to Carolina, let's say the Jets don't take a defensive tackle, they get to Carolina. Hope that Carolina goes for the guys who are considered the sizzle, the more penetrator guys. Of those 3, I would much prefer Starr Lotulelei.
Yeah.
And even though everybody assumes that's what Carolina would take,
yeah,
and maybe that is.
I hate Pittsburgh being in front of us because it's such a That's such a wild card.
They need a pass rusher though.
There's not even left really, other than Jones from Buffalo. Yeah.
Sense at 17.
Yeah. Yeah, and they need to replace Harrison.
They lost Harrison,
Yeah.
and Woodley had a very injury prone year. He got.
But then they do have I can't think of his name right now. Weird name. The new linebacker.
Jason Worlds.
Worlds, yeah, Jason Worlds. They're very high on him.
But he's already in his third or his fourth year. He was drafted a while back. He's not a kid.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, definitely. But I think they want to give him a shot. And if they
The Jets are building suspense here.
Come on, guys. I'm losing it over here, people. It's just because there's a window of opportunity here.
Look,
wonderful.
There are four players that the Cowboys like.
And there are four picks.
And there's 4 picks.
5 picks, yeah, 5.
There are 5 picks.
Yeah. And the Jets pick is in.
Pre-scene, here we go. The pick is finally in. Let's see if I can jump the gun on ESPN or on NFL Network. Who is it? Come on now.
That looks like Star Lotulelui in this crowd.
He's not in the crowd.
I know. It's a big old dude, big old Samoan dude.
Look at him with his little cabbage patch Jets.
He's just nervous. He's biting his fingernails. He can't take it.
Wow. Hey, they kept it. They kept the suspense. They have not leaked it.
This is Geno Smith.
Sheldon Richardson. They're taking
Sheldon Richardson. All right.
That's what I'm seeing. Okay. Star is still there. But you know what? Star probably goes to Carolina now. If Sheldon Richardson is gone, I would be surprised. Although, then Sherrick Floyd is there.
Yeah.
They're still there. Okay. The Jets can't take all 3 of them. But, that's a good discussion. If you didn't expect the 3 of them to be there and all 3 of them are there, then you got to decide which one. That's tough.
What happened with Floyd? Now, I saw an article where he was falling.
There were rumors in the last couple of weeks that Floyd was slipping again.
Yes, I saw that. But I never
started around 20 or thereabouts where the Cowboys were picking.
Yeah.
And then for a while, and then he zoomed all the way up.
Yeah, he shot up. Yeah.
And there's discussion that he could be the first overall pick.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a guy like that every single year.
Yeah.
Drop.
If I see the Cowboys getting Floyd, I do. But then, has Floyd been projected to be able to play in a 3-4 defense, being a defensive end?
Say again?
Did Floyd get? Is he projected to play a defensive end in the 3-4 defense?
He's projected in a 43 as a 3 technique.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought Starr was the defensive end in a 3-4. Possible nose tackle also. All right, Carolina is in.
I'm guessing they're running to the podium with Starr.
Of course.
But might they take Floyd here?
Either Floyd or Starr.
Well, let's see. Carolina could take Floyd here. Starr is going to Carolina is what I'm seeing. And Kalaf Confor has got it. So Starr's gone.
All right, cool. Floyd to Dallas. I feel it.
Okay, the Saints are up next. Then the Steelers. No. Then the Bills. And the Bills could take their quarterback there.
Yeah, they're New Orleans is a 3-4 team. I mean, it's a done deal. In what I'm thinking, because New Orleans and Pittsburgh both are 3-4 teams, so they won't really want to use Floyd.
Well, Pittsburgh. Well, now they won't want Floyd. They would want Starr maybe.
But Starr's going now.
That's what I'm seeing, but it's not. It's not confirmed. Hang on.
If Starr goes now, then we're in good shape. Because I don't think Floyd will go to Buffalo.
Starr is going to the Panthers. That's,
Good. It's a lot.
That's what I'm saying. He's there. So
I just don't see this changing unless somebody moves up to get Sharif Floyd.
Well, now now here's the other thing. The Saints are coming up. The Saints could take Vaccaro here.
Yeah, they could.
And so Floyd becomes the guy.
Yeah.
Almost by default.
Yeah.
The guy.
Which would Floyd would completely energize the Cowboy Nation. I think. I really do. Someone that was supposed to be the third pick in the draft, that's at one point was considered the top pick in the draft. And if he falls all the way to 18 and we pick him up...
Okay, but why is he falling?
It can't be anything huge. It can't be anything huge.
No, it just the numbers shook out.
Yeah.
That's the same reason that Starr was in Mayock's draft.
Right.
Sometimes the permutations go a certain way, and there's always one guy who slides through, and maybe it just happens to be Floyd.
Right. Right.
So...
Yeah, my nerves are pretty bad right now. But I'm feeling good.
Okay, but would the Saints take a defensive one?
No, I mean, because they're unless they've got Floyd in thinking he can play one of their 3-4 positions, then yeah. But if he's definitely a 4-3-3 technique. Yeah.
If he's a 5 technique. I think this. I don't know what the Saints are going to do. To be perfectly honest with you, their defense is a total mess.
Yeah.
That's what I know. Their defense was terrible last year.
Yeah.
And what would Rob Ryan want? A lineman or a safety? I don't know. Here comes Starr.
Latulele.
Okay. He fell a little bit, but again, I couldn't see him falling past this bit. Carolina needs defensive beef.
And you know what? Him in front of that dang linebacker they have there that I wanted so bad last year. That's a nice combination. That's a very good pick for Carolina. Mr. Kuechly.
Right.
That's a big boy there. I'm loving it. It's gonna happen.
Well, maybe. Again, I think we know what the Bills are going to do, but we don't know what the Saints are going to do. There's still one more door to be open, and we don't know what the Steelers are going to do. We think we know what the Steelers are going to do, but we don't know.
But again, if somebody's got to really believe in him as a 3-4 defensive end, for New Orleans, Buffalo, or Pittsburgh to take. Well, Buffalo really doesn't need a defensive tackle at all, so we really don't have to worry about them. But New Orleans and Pittsburgh, they are 2-3-4 teams, and they have to be very sold on Floyd being that defensive end for them to pick him. Or there's also.
I think the odds are greater that Vaccaro goes in the next 3 picks now than Floyd. But we don't know. There could be trades. We don't know. Buffalo's made one deal. Might they make another one? Is there another team who likes Sheriff Floyd who would move up a little bit to get it?
Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the only thing I'm worried about right now is somebody moving up in the draft. If I see the trade thing, somebody's coming up to get Floyd. I mean, it's just he's by far and away should be on the top of everyone's draft board. But who needs a defensive tackle on the backside of the draft? You know, I'm not seeing any teams that pop out.
The 49ers?
Oh, please, not them. But again, that's a 3-4 team, though.
Yeah, but they need help on their defensive line. It's getting old.
Yeah.
You know.
Replacement, Justin Smith replacement, so they won't lose anything.
Replacement, you know, they need some talent up front.
Yeah, I mean, because they know that's the reason why their linebacker's so good.
Makes a lot of sense for them, but.
Wow, this is going to be awesome if we end up with the guy who's projected to be the third or second pick in the draft, or was at one point projected to be the first pick of the draft. I just hope nothing's wrong. I hope there's no real reason he's falling like that. I hope it's just luck.
Short arms is what I'm saying.
Short arms.
But you know, it's funny how these things go. You know.
Yeah.
Russell Maryland apparently.
Yeah, that's all. I was trying to think. Somebody had. I was thinking.
The Saints have selected Kenny Vaccaro.
Yeah. Oh, they have.
They have. So, okay, nothing is guaranteed, ladies and gentlemen. It's Sheriff Floyd or it's Operation Eifert.
Yeah.
Kenny Vaccaro's now gone. I don't want to take Eric Reed at 18. I would be very disappointed with that.
Yeah. Oh man, so yeah, it's good because I wasn't sold. I wasn't 100% on Vaccaro, so I'm fine there. I think right now everything is going on Sharif Floyd, and I just don't want to see, especially Buffalo, trade back because Buffalo, if I'm Buffalo right now, man, we can keep on going back because nobody's selecting a quarterback. We can keep on going back and still get a quality quarterback in the second round. It's a tad bit scary right now. I don't see anyone moving up though. Another team, Minnesota. Minnesota could actually move up right now. And pair some put a defensive tackle on that defensive line. I could definitely see that happening. That's just about it. I'm looking at all these teams. Everybody else, either they're full. Cincinnati has Geno. They were talking about them putting another tackle with Geno. You know, having two big
Dallas
monsters.
Is on the phone. Dallas is on the phone now. I mean, what would it cost to move up with Buffalo? 2 spots. Let's
why?
That's 100 points. That's a 4th round pick.
Fifth.
No, it's
4th?
Under the old board. It's about a 4. It's a 4th roughly, a high 4th. You know, under the new board, it might be less. I'm saying, you know, would Dallas give up a 4th to make sure they get a guy who has a 1st-round grade on the board? See, here's the problem now. With the defensive linemen all slowly being tapped out and Vaccaro now gone, my guess is that now
with desperation,
look at the Cowboys board, guys with 1st-round grades on it.
It's torn up.
It might be Sheriff Floyd and Tyler Eifert.
Yeah, it's torn to pieces.
It.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So I see the need. I see just to give up somebody that may not even make the team just to get up to get that one person. I can see that.
But let's see.
I just don't see some Buffalo is in a very good spot because I know there are teams out here that want Floyd.
Gil Brandt just tweeted it. This afternoon, the Cowboys had 4 guys on their board who would be there for them, and now they are all gone. So,
yeah,
Vaccaro was probably the last guy they were waiting for. I mean, what does that say about Floyd? Uh-oh, Jerry's on the phone. Consternation in the Cowboys war room. Maybe they're not as sold as Floyd on Floyd either.
Yeah, maybe we're not sold on him either. But, I mean, it's just a good value pick right now, though, I think. I don't know, man.
Mike Fisher saying Jerry wants Floyd. Garrett is preaching patience. Cowboys are waiting for calls on trade-up. Again, Operation Eifert. I want to see if somebody wants to come up and get Tyler Eifert. Tyler Eifert may be the last player with a first round grade who teams would want to move up to get.
Yeah. Wow, Kenny Vaccaro with the Saints. All right, 2 more picks.
So Jerry's got ants in his pants from what I'm seeing in there. Everybody else in this room is telling us.
That's what I told everybody. That's what I told everyone on Twitter. I was like, look, we just gotta hope Jerry doesn't get antsy. I think Floyd is going to fall to us, but I guess that's the desperation that our draft board is showing. If there's just one person or 2 people there, Eifert and Floyd.
Well, it could be one of these situations again where people in the room think Floyd will be there at 18, and Jerry doesn't want to wait. So
yeah, everybody's tweeting that Rob Ryan did that to tear us up. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think he needs a safety there.
Rob Ryan did it because Rob Ryan saw. I mean, for all the trouble he had in Dallas, he's inheriting a worse defense.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he did make something. He did with the guys that he had to get off the couch. He did a pretty formidable job. I can't be mad at him. And I was the furthest from a Rob Ryan fan. Not a fan of his scheme or anything, but he taped whatever we had together last season.
So lock on 4 again. They were hoping for Richardson or Vaccaro. Now they're talking trade down again. Operation Eifert is in effect.
Operation Eifert. Let's see what happens. Oh boy. I really want Floyd, but I'm kind of.
But
it's weird.
You wonder why a guy everybody was so high on. Why is everybody now so sour on him?
It's weirding me out. It's completely it's completely.
Do you want to be the guy? Do you want to be the guy who invests heavily in answering that question?
Yeah, his Geno Smith to Buffalo. Buffalo's not trading, so we have a chance to get Floyd unless we pass on him too, which I just don't see how when we need a defensive tackle.
I don't think Dallas is going to move.
Yeah, I don't think they are. I mean, you're not going to trade with Pittsburgh.
No, and Pittsburgh's not going to take Floyd.
No.
Buffalo's not going to take Floyd.
No. And I don't think Pittsburgh is going to trade either. So I think Floyd is going to come to us.
Oh, E.J. Manuel. E.J. Manuel's going here.
E.J. Manuel.
Interesting.
Jerry wants Floyd. We will have Floyd.
Well, look. Maybe that's so, but the key was getting Jerry to sit down and keep his hands on the chair and not burn a pick to get him when you don't have to. We've seen that story before. It's not been a good one. And hey, again, maybe he wants Floyd. Let's see. We've got 10 minutes to see about if an offer comes in that might turn your head.
Yeah. There's somebody else, Minnesota or someone.
Who's the best player left now? Maybe it's Floyd, but again, are there teams who covet Tyler Eifert? Who are the Steelers going to take? Is there a team that covets Jarvis Jones? Is there a team that wants Tyler Eifert? The offensive linemen are gone at this point.
Yep.
The defensive linemen pretty much are tapped out. Sheriff Floyd is still there.
Yep.
He's the one name. Again, of all the tackles, we were talking about Star. One of these guys could slip through. He's the guy.
He's the one. He's the slipper.
Okay.
And it's got me weirded out because, I mean, everyone talked so highly of him before, and he just dropped in the last few days.
Well, again, I was told about a week ago that he was dropping, but the word was he's dropping to like 10,
Yeah.
not to 20. So when he drops to 20, you do have to wonder. But again, he's got to go somewhere. He is a good football player.
I like this pick for Buffalo.
Stephen Jones is on. Whoa! Stephen Jones is on the phone again. He's not working the phone to. Now, is he calling an agent of the player, or is he trying to work a trade?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's got to be Floyd for us right now. I mean, he's a stud, and he fits the positional need. I mean, it's got to be Floyd right now.
Let's see. Oh, well, it could be Sheriff Floyd.
Yeah.
It probably is Sheriff Floyd, and that's fine. Again, a guy back in January, February, March, everybody hoped, oh, we'll get him. No, they're going to get him. Probably. Let's wait and see. E.J. Manuel's the guy.
He was the best quarterback, in my opinion, of what I saw, which, in my untrained eye, of course. But I really like, the potential of this guy and what he can do. And with all that speed in Buffalo and all that kind of stuff, maybe he can do something. I don't know. He's happy. That's good. I'm happy a quarterback gone.
People are wondering if you move. No, you don't move.
No, you don't move. No, you sit right here. You let Pittsburgh take Jarvis Jones.
Running back. Interesting. Well, no.
Who's going running back? Pittsburgh?
No. That's somebody just throwing it out there.
Okay.
Sorry, don't mean this.
No, yeah, we can't do that. We can't do that yet. That would cause a mini meltdown. Although I know we do need a running back seriously.
I think it's Jerry Jones' time. All right.
Yeah.
He's gonna take. If they're smart, they should use every minute. They should do what Kansas City did.
Yeah.
And now they'll make people angry. Let's see if anybody picks up the phone and makes you an offer you can't refuse.
I just hope no one is calling Pittsburgh.
Like
Minnesota. Because they were wanting a defensive tackle.
We'll see.
Pittsburgh's pick is in.
Lock and Force said the Cowboys are still looking to deal down. And Atlanta, he mentions Atlanta, San Francisco. Jarvis Jones is the pick here. Okay,
yeah.
Get ready for a long 15 minutes. Again, the Cowboys are I think Floyd is kind of like the fallback. It's kind of like we have the bird in the hand. Let's see if somebody blows us away with the deal. Again, Tyler Eifert's the bait. If they come up and take him, somebody comes up for him. If Atlanta comes up for him, the price is a second-round pick if you push hard. Maybe you take a third. I don't know. But you can gain a pick in that rich second, third-round area. If you move down a few picks, now offensive line or Eric Reed come to the fore.
Yeah.
But let's see.
Let's see. I you know what? Maybe they didn't scout Floyd heavily.
Oh, I'm sure they scouted Floyd.
I mean, not as heavy as the one, just kind of like the ones that they thought would fall in our area. They gave more extensive research to. Because if I'm hearing that their board is clear.
Okay, more people. Okay, here are more people saying the Cowboys are looking to deal out. And again, there are corners on there. Do you want Xavier Rhodes? Atlanta may want Xavier Rhodes. Okay, we talked about Eifert all this time. They need a cornerback. They lost their corners. San Francisco's got age at cornerback. All right. Or they could just stay there and pick Floyd. But I think they owe it to themselves to take a few minutes and see what kind of deal they can work. And then they'll weigh the best offer they have, and they'll say, Floyd or this. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, the thing about it, and I guess they're running this across that, Floyd would not be an instant starter, would he? Hatcher, and it would still be Hatcher and Ratliff.
Question: would he be a rotational guy?
Yeah.
Would he be better than Jason Hatcher and Jay Ratliff on day one? I
And I
don't
doubt
know.
it. Yeah, I doubt it. I mean,
don't know.
maybe, but I doubt it. You know, I mean, he would have to be he would be worked in as depth, and he would eventually take one of those guys' positions before the end of the season.
And
But
again, now here's the other thing: the Cowboys are not rushing to the podium to make this pick. All right.
yeah,
What does it tell you? Did they have reservations about Floyd?
yeah,
You would think
but,
if he was an incredible value like Star, that the pick would be in already.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's just dumbfounding how he fall.
Did I just see trade? Oh
No.
no, that's somebody just saying.
No trade. The pick is in.
Is it? I didn't see
Well,
it.
the one Jarvis Jones pick, not our pick.
Oh, okay. Up. The Niners are on the clock. The Cowboys have traded with San Francisco.
Wow.
The Cowboys have traded the pick to San Francisco. So
Trade.
31.
How are we the person to help San Francisco out?
Well, how much did you get in return?
Yeah, how I mean, we probably, I mean, with all the picks they got, we probably got paid. But, and we're probably going to end up with getting Eric Reed, our safety. We can get that safety. Okay, let's see what happened here. I like it.
If they got an extra second, I'm guessing that they got a pick. Remember, San Francisco had a pick at the top of the second, at the bottom of the second.
Right.
They could probably get an extra second round pick here.
Yes.
Now they have 2 second round picks.
That high is for that the bottom of the first.
Not gonna get this. San Francisco has Kansas City's pick, right?
Right.
No, they have a pick right in first or second pick. Who did they trade?
I can't remember. They had so much activity going on during the off season. Everyone, I stayed up to see the Cowboys trade down. You should have known.
Okay, it was what I'm seeing is Dallas got the 74th pick. All right.
74th.
The 74, and they had the 47. Oh, 70. So they got an early third.
Early third. Nice.
An early third, not a second.
Nice. Okay, like it. I like it though. I do. I mean, it said what I said earlier. With a first round pick, a second round pick are good chances to start. Because we still have a first and a second. And then we have 2 thirds. And it's a good chance that one of those thirds will be a starter for us. So we might end up with at least 3, possibly 4 starters out of this draft. Which would be awesome.
Well, let's see. Again, let's see what... and now we're in that time of the day where Twitter has now pulled about 5-7 minutes ahead of television. So...
Jarvis Jones.
Okay, so again, it's a seller's market. This is not the old board that we're talking about here.
Yeah.
31 and 74 is what they got in exchange for 18. So they got an early third for their trouble.
Okay. I think I'd rather have Sharif Floyd, but I don't know why.
So that's the 10th pick of the third round. So they have 2 picks, one in 10 and one in like 16 in.
Did San Francisco trade the pick too?
No. Oh, did they trade it again? No. This is them trading in.
Okay. All right. I'm hoping.
And they've fallen so far behind Twitter. What's happening is they're just. We've been following it down here. Now you look up and you see them just announcing.
Exactly. Yeah. But they had already changed it at the bottom. They changed the ticker with the next. They already had San Francisco there, but I guess they had to show how they got there.
Okay, so now let's talk about this. Again, the trade I was looking at was Atlanta, who was in the 30th spot, and they traded 1 spot further down to 31. All right?
Yeah.
So who's in this area? It depends on what. Let's look at the teams ahead of you. Is
Cypher.
Baltimore going to take? Are you looking at Jonathan Cyprian?
Yep.
I'm guessing you're looking at offensive linemen here. Justin Pugh is in
Q.
play.
Exactly.
Um, Kyle Long is in play here. Look at the guys they brought in who fill needs. Okay, I think Eric Reed's going to be gone by pick 31. Eric Reed might go right here to San Francisco. Who did they just take? Did they take Sherrod Floyd? They took
Eric Reed, yeah.
Okay.
Which makes sense.
So the Cowboys decided, Eric Reed was not their guy. All right. So who's the next safety on the board? Jonathan Cyprian. Okay.
Yeah.
Who might take Jonathan Cyprian? Well, start with
Houston.
The Ravens.
Houston.
Maybe. But definitely look at the Baltimore Ravens because Ed Reed is retired.
Yeah.
Now they went out and they got what's his name from Michael Huff from the Raiders.
Yeah.
So they have some cover there. But isn't Pollard getting old?
Yeah.
Yeah.
St. Louis is an issue at safety.
If you're looking, let's talk about need. If you're looking for offensive line, 31 puts you right in the middle
of that second bubble. Yeah.
Early in the night, I talked about the donut.
Yep.
Going into the donut hole. Okay. Dropping here puts them in position for one of those offensive line.
Yeah.
And let's look at the guys they brought in. They brought in Kyle Long from Oregon. They brought in
like him.
Hugh from Syracuse. And did they also not bring in Teron Armstead from Arkansas Pine Bluff?
I think so. I think I heard that also.
Okay, so those are three guys who offer versatility. All of those guys are projected that they can play guard or tackle. All right. Some are a little more. I think what I've heard is Long is the more seen as the better option at left tackle. Some people really like Pugh at left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
The con on Pugh is that he has short arms, so there's some people who are concerned whether he can play outside. And that's an argument you hear a lot of times with draft nicks talking about, if a guy's short armed that people project him inside. People offer the counter argument that Joe Thomas, who is one of the best left tackles in football, has relatively short arms. So it's not a requirement, but most guys who you have on the outside, if you think of Flozell Adams as kind of a prototype, Flozell had long arms.
Right.
Teron Smith, who is there right now, has ridiculously long arms. He's like a human pterodactyl.
Yeah.
He does kind of, his arms go much longer than the normal human being. So that's normally seen as a requirement because you're working alone. You don't want to give up, and it's all leverage. You don't want to give up leverage. You don't want to be fighting with a guy, say like Jason Pierre-Paul, who also has freakishly long arms, who just beat you in that punch because of simple genetics. His arms are long.
Exactly.
But the thing about Pugh, people who look at him say he's a guy who could play all up and down the line. All right, and I want to give you a name, who lives in relative Cowboy infamy, recent Cowboy infamy, who was also had the similar profile. A guy from a Pac-10 school who could play multiple positions, who had a first-round grade on the Cowboys board in 2009, who they could not get, because of that infamous Roy Williams trade, and that's Unger. I'm spacing on his first name. Max Unger now plays football center for the Seahawks. Cowboys he had the last first round grade. He actually lasted well into the second round, and the Cowboys were hoping that he would slide to them, and he didn't. And that's what started that whole series of infuriating trade downs that year because they didn't get him. They could have played. But again, what I was told, this is a guy who couldn't play guard. That's a guy who's now playing center. Would have solved a lot of problems on the Cowboys line. So you look at a guy like Pugh, he's seen that he could play tackle or guard. Same with Kyle Long, guy who could be a left tackle, right tackle, play in one of the guard positions. Same with Armstead.
And that would help us out with Free. And that would make us be able to make a decision on him and what to do with him and his contract and clean that thing out.
Right.
So I like that. I can get that.
Let's also remember Menelik Watson, again, a guy who I want to understand in scuttlebutt, and again, who knows how much of this is smoke, how much of this is truth, is a guy who's now seen as being ahead of all those guys.
Right.
He might be the next. We're at pick 19 here. If you're looking for an offensive tackle to go between now and the Cowboys pick in 31, the next name you might hear is Menelik Watson.
Yeah, one of my guys that he's in my league with me. He's from England, and he says,
he's gonna love Menelik Watson.
yeah, he loves him, and he's been hoping the Cowboys get him from day one. He's actually in the room right now. So Jedi, we're behind you. We hope he comes also.
I have to say, I don't think Menelik Watson's going to be around at pick 30.
Everybody can use a good offensive line, and like you said, there will be some more. And because I saw a lot in the mocks later, Pugh and Long and all those guys just being sucked up here at the bottom of the draft. But then we also got Elam and Cyprian. How do you pronounce his name?
Cyprian.
Cyprian, yeah.
Right, he's in play too. Hang on just a second here.
My best friend called me and he asked me, he said, what I want to know, what team is going to screw over the entire NFC and give San Francisco a better draft pick?
Well, I have to say, there was a lot of discussion. There were a lot of rumors that the Cowboys liked Eric Reed. Had the Cowboys taken Eric Reed there, I would have been disappointed.
Yeah, he's not a good fit for us. He might be for them.
He's not a guy as I see as like the kind of playmaker. I think that if the Cowboys were going to get a safety, and again, I know there are a lot of people that don't like
There goes Pugh.
That's the guy I think they should. Who did they take? Who did the Giants
Pugh?
take? There's Justin Pugh. Again, that's a guy who's rumored to be.
She's? Yeah.
And he's a New York crowd, New York school. There you go.
Yeah. That's what New York does. That's what the Giants do. So, hey. But I think we can get someone of this value there at 30. There's a lot, like you said, the second wave of tackles is there. Offensive linemen, they're going right now.
Here.
Yeah.
Here we go. It's a pick 20. Now, here's the interesting thing. The Bears could take an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
At the next pick.
But the Bears need. Alec Ogletree is perfect for the Bears right next. That's a plug-in perfect.
What's the biggest hole in Chicago? It's offensive line. Although we're also in a position now where it might be a little early. Justin Pugh fits that, but what about the next round?
Yeah.
Okay? But again, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys. And we're at pick 19. This is like 2008 all over again. The Felix Jones, Mike Jenkins draft. That was a year where we had 8 offensive tackles going in the first round.
Yeah.
And actually this year, there are 2 guards in this mix, but the offensive linemen are going just as fast this year as they were then. So there'll be some more.
I think it's just the defensive line. The athletes and the defensive line are so good that you just have to keep investing in the offensive line to be able to be relevant.
Now, again, understand when you move down like this, you have to be comfortable that there are multiple players there around pick 31. You have to be comfortable that there are like 4 or 5 guys. The Cowboys didn't make this deal targeting one guy specifically.
My boy Yuma Cactus said, hey, we still may get Floyd at 31. Maybe. It worked out for the...
It's a peculiar move.
I know.
Let's see. I'm looking right now. Let's see who's left.
I can't see him get past Minnesota.
Cyprian is there.
Yeah.
Talking about value, okay. Floyd, Cyprian. They're not going to take an inside linebacker. Wide receiver is going to start coming into play now.
Yeah.
Xavier Rhodes is there. Tyler Eifert is there. Tank Carradine is there.
Yeah.
Cordero Patterson is there.
Yeah.
Although if they took a wide receiver with their first pick, I think there'd be a riot in Cowboys world.
Oh my God, yeah. Oh my God, yeah.
There are some defensive tackles, but again, I think the value now, if Pugh is off the board, we're looking at guys like Teron Armstead. We're looking at guys like Kyle Long. Those are guys. I don't think they're going to take a wide receiver. I don't think they're going to take a running back. There may be some defensive ends at that point. And again, let's just see what happens in the next few picks. So
yeah, everybody's mad. Too loud of Bob. People are mad that what are we doing? I don't know. I'm like, would I rather have a potential stud in Sharif? The only issue is I don't know what's going on with Sharif Floyd. I don't know why he's falling like this. It doesn't make any sense.
Let me see if I can find out.
And
Send a text now and see what.
Otherwise, it's a good move. Otherwise, if there's something significant, if there's a significant question mark on Sharif Floyd, then this makes sense. Well, all we did, we're going to get a player that we could have possibly picked anyway, right here. We probably got a bunch of them on our draft board that we could have selected, so we can make that choice here and still have that 74th pick to catch another talent that will be there at the beginning of the third round. So I don't think it's a bad idea, but I would rather have a potential superstar than that 74th overall pick.
Well, again, why
is he dropping? Exactly, because the way people are talking about him is that he was a potential stud.
But almost a certain top 10 pick, and yet here we are at pick 20.
Exactly. So it's really something must be going on. Okay, Chicago's pick is in. It'd be funny if we get Floyd at 31.
I'm reading a comment on Floyd right now from a draft mate who I've worked with, who I like. NFL scout on Sharp Floyd. Those idiots on TV made it. He's not that good.
All right, DC Fanatics here. Let him roll on this situation. What's up, DC?
What's up, fellas?
Are you good with the trade now?
Hell no! We lost 80 points on that trade.
Oh,
the
wow.
pick was worth 900. The other picks we got back were worth 600 and 220. We lost 80 points and traded back to a team that was in the Super Bowl. Why are we helping teams that were in the fucking Super Bowl?
That's what I said. I was like, who was going to be the one team that helped San Francisco get better? And we filled the hole. We filled your last hole, San Francisco. Appreciate that.
We're going to go to 31, and we're going to draft this kid Eifert. And they're going to tear down Cowboys Stadium, dude. They really are. They're going to start rioting on this old idiot who's in the war room with a red face. You got Garrett sitting next to him, pissed off. Can't stand him. He hasn't removed his hand from his face. He just sits back over there, leans back away from Jerry, like I want to punch this guy right in the head. So do I.
Yeah, I just gotta see what happens with this 34 pick. But I was telling Raph I would rather have a potential superstar in Floyd than that number 74th overall pick.
Who won it? I mean, that's the point. The Cowboys, hey, we're one game away from winning the NFC East. We were one game away from last year from one game from winning the NFC East. We can beat the Giants. We can be the next team that does it. We can be this next team that just gets on a hot roll. We don't have to be 10-6 or 11-5. Let's just get to 9-7, barely win. We'll make the playoffs. We can beat the Packers. We can be one of those teams. No, you can't, because you can't win in December. You don't finish the season strong. You fall apart. This guy really thinks this team is one or two players away from winning a championship. He's delusional.
Here's the Bears selection.
Give me Manti Te'o.
Kyle Long, that's another one of our guys.
And that's not good.
That's not good at all.
That's so high too. Him and Peel were two tackles that might have been in the second round.
Yeah.
I can't believe those guys went so high.
Yeah, and I think that's what we were thinking that Dallas was doing, going down to get these guys at the bottom of the first round, but
that's 9. Was that 9 offensive linemen now?
Jeez.
Well, the 49ers traded with the Cowboys and then went in and took the safety that they would have taken later in the draft who the Cowboys bring into Valley Ranch to work out.
Yeah.
They took Eric Fleet, the player the Cowboys would have taken later on.
Yeah.
So not only did they rob them of 80 points, then they took their player. The Cowboys are embarrassing. The Jets are still more embarrassing, but the Cowboys are the next.
You can't get. Thank God for the Jets. You can't get worse than that. But yeah, I just want to see what happens in this 31. And then this puts a lot of interest on tomorrow and what we do there. But it's some real interest on what happened with Sharif Floyd. What is going on? Oh, Gino's crying. Gino's crying.
Yeah, that's the Bengals, right?
Yeah.
The Bengals picked it.
Gino's crying, guys. He's sad.
Oh, no.
But,
all right, I'll put you guys back later when the pick's up.
Hey, maybe Gino to Minnesota?
No, this is 21. This is the Bengals. Maybe they made a trade, but that's all that said. The pick was in.
Oh, yeah, but it wasn't. Gino was still crying, though. That pick wasn't Gino.
Oh, okay.
I doubt it.
He's crying because he's not getting picked. Okay.
Yeah. That's why he's crying.
He's the new Brady Quinn,
Aaron Rodgers. Yep. Yeah, it could go either way. Brady Quinn, one direction. Aaron Rodgers, the entire other direction.
Well, I've been watching everything, but Sharif Floyd's mama, she lives in Green Bay group, and she's there with him. Oh, that's terrible. That's going to run for years. How far this kid has dropped, Sharif Floyd. Oh my God, man.
He better have a chip on his shoulder. But I can see him going. I can see him going soon here to Cincinnati or Minnesota or if Seattle could. I mean, St. Louis could probably use someone to go in there beside Brockers. And with those different.
We're into the playoff teams now. These are playoff teams
that
are coming up now.
Yeah.
So these are teams that are saying to themselves, just take the best player available. That's all they have to do, and they're still with status quo. If we get to the playoffs again last year, we're a little better no matter what the position is.
Yeah.
The Cowboys are thinking like that when they're at the 18th spot, which is bananas. Bananas. I'll call you guys back later.
All right, man. Thanks for calling. I always get a good jolt of energy when DC calls. But man, I mean, the way he is, that's how I'm getting a lot of tweets in, and people keep tweeting me. I'm gonna look at all these tweets when I get off. It's hard to do all this at the same time, but I'm seeing a lot of upset Cowboy fans right now because they want some action, and that's all. Every time you trade down, you get mad fans. So let's just wait and see how this thing materializes a little bit. I mean, we're excited. I mean, last year, it's just that draft energy. Because last year, I was excited when we moved up and get Claiborne. I was like, yeah, we got that corner, whatever. But when you sit back and think about it later, like maybe we could have used that second round pick. You know what I'm saying? And like you said earlier, love the player, hate the way we acquired him. So right now, it's smart if we use these picks correctly.
All right, let's see who's still around who could go.
And plus that something bad has to be wrong with Floyd too.
Jurgen Werner. I just got a message. I just got a message. Let me speak grammatically here. From one of my guys that said, why is he dropping? And I got a short line response. Thought he was overrated to begin with. So could be one of these guys that draftniks love.
Yeah.
But the scouts, the war rooms don't.
Mike Mayock doesn't understand it, so he's probably wondering, why are y'all not listening to me?
Hey, look, he's got some company. Look, Jurgen Werner is still out there.
Well, Werner fell a little bit. He was supposed to go late. I mean, he started out really high, but he fell early.
Right, but here's another guy who spent a lot of time in January and February in the top 5.
Yeah.
Now, his slide started earlier, but now here are two guys who spent a lot of time in the top 10, almost certainly. Now we're into the 20s. They're still around. Okay, who's left? Jonathan Cyprien. Although Jonathan Cyprien could go right here to the Bengals.
Or our next pick either to the Rams also, because those are two teams that we're looking at safety. And then also with Green Bay. With Green Bay's pick and Houston pick. All those teams need safeties.
Right. You can see a mini safety. Although I'm surprised we're not seeing more corners. What we're seeing in value now, we're into the wide receiver part of the draft. Let's see, Cyprien. Yeah. Xavier Rhodes is still around. Tyler Eifert is still there. Tank Carradine is still hanging around. Although I've heard, what I heard this week is that he's not as close to being able to play as people think he is. and whoever gets him might not get very much play out of him. He could be this year's Bruce Carter.
Okay.
So the video of his workout went out everywhere. I think one of them was saying that he ran in the 4.7s. I was told it was in the 4.9s. That a lot of teams had him in the 4.9s. There's Tyler Eifert.
Yep.
He's a Bengal now. And okay, so Xavier Rhodes is still there. The defensive ends are still there. Carradine is still there. Now the receivers are still around.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Tavon Austin is the only receiver who's gone this far.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah, correct. We're waiting for Cordero to go off in the next. Yeah.
Robert Woods, the other guy from Tennessee.
DeAndre Hopkins, but he's the second.
Hopkins,
Yeah, so he's the second round.
And on offensive line, Larry Warford is still there.
Yeah.
Teron Armstead's still there. Eric Reed's gone. Desmond Trufant is still sitting on the board.
Yeah.
Sylvester Williams is still there.
Yes.
I was talking
and
about
I would take at 31, that would be a great pick.
Right. Sylvester Williams is still on the board. Dayton Jones from UCLA is still there.
I like Dayton, exactly.
Derek Rogers is still around. Again, the receivers, there's a glut of receivers now. What I'm hearing is that teams are kind of waiting to the second. You could see a rush on these guys. Okay, here comes the Falcons.
I wonder if the Falcons missed on Eifert.
This is Xavier Rhodes here.
Yeah, okay. Because I was wondering if they missed on Eifert because, Bengals just took him.
They need a corner.
Yeah.
And when you get right down to it, however good Tyler Eifert may be, who's going to play more downs and who's going to be more valuable to you if you've got equal grades on them, a tight end or quarterback.
And that's what I was thinking about Sharif Floyd. I mean, if they don't think he can come in and start right away, you really want to get someone on this pick for the Cowboys that's going to come in and going to start from day one, that we're going to groom into a position. So maybe this was the best thing overall. But I don't know, man. I was hyped, but when I saw these our players, the offensive linemen leaving, and then the safeties are leaving, it's just like everybody we want is being taken.
Yeah. Well, it could be, when you make a risk, the Cowboys their board may be out of sync with other people's, where they think, they have offensive linemen rated lower than everybody else.
Yeah.
And if you go down thinking, hey, these guys are 25 to 30 guys, and the rest of the league has these guys around 20, you're in trouble, because you're going on the expectation that one of them will be there, and they may all be gone. So,
well, the Bengals have Gresham. What is the situation there? Because they're asking about that in the chat room.
I don't know any problems with Gresham.
Yeah, they might be just going to that 2 tight end thing that's so popular in the league now.
People are doing that now. I mean, they've got Green outside. I thought they could use, some teams now want to go more 2 tight end because they want to run. I think the Bengals want to run the ball.
Yeah.
And they need a running back, but there's every running back in the draft is still sitting there. So.
Sharif Floyd at 31. If we get Sharif Floyd at 31, I'd be like, I'd be worried.
Hang on now, because remember, we thought the Raiders were going to get a bargain grabbing Floyd at 12, and 10 picks later, he's still sitting around.
Something's wrong. Something's wrong.
Something may be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of stories of people, falling this far and making good. It putting every pick puts a bigger chip on their shoulder. But we'll see.
I have to think this is a cornerback here for Atlanta. Just given who's left.
Yeah, I'd say they get Trufant.
Value is a corner.
I like Trufant a lot.
Trufant, Rhodes is still there.
Yes, Xavier, exactly. I didn't like Xavier Rhodes in his combine, but
I'd be surprised if it's not one of those 2 guys.
Coach Smith got to move. There you go.
The Rams are dealing again?
Yeah, that's what I heard. I think that was the Atlanta pick was the Rams.
Atlanta traded.
Yeah. So what the Rams did, which is interesting, the Rams slid themselves right in front of us. So if there's a safety, if there's just one safety left, probably going to the Rams.
Right, because they took Tavon.
Yeah.
And moving back, they picked up some of the...
Yeah. The Rams are doing well.
Right.
The Rams are doing well. They're getting back what they gave up, basically. Mayak, your draft board is being destroyed right now. How does it feel for all that work?
Well, if you do it long enough, and I've seen this happen to really good draft picks, you're not going to be on every year. Every year's different.
Yeah.
I've seen years, I remember one year when I first started doing this, I think it was 1990, where Mel Kiper was working for the Sporting News before he really got the ESPN gig. And he put out a very extensive board for them. And it was in their magazine. And I kept it for a long time because he was dead on with everybody. It was exactly where they were going to go, right? But we all have years like that, where you can say, oh, you just throw names out and, I think the Cowboys are going to pick these 4 guys.
Yeah.
I did that in 2008, and they all ended up being crappy players. So, it's what I tell people. It's like, what does it matter if you can predict who the team is going to draft if they don't turn into great players?
Yeah.
There's no value in that skill.
Yeah.
There you go. Desmond Trufant.
Desmond Trufant. I really like Trufant. I liked him better than Xavier Rhodes, actually, from what I saw at the Combine. Again.
And Rhodes still there. So
yeah. So who else needs a corner there? Indianapolis is good back there.
There's still 8 more picks until the Cowboys pick.
Yeah.
And
New England could use a corner.
New England needs secondary help. New England needs a lot of things now.
Yeah.
They need they tried to sign a receiver in free agency. That didn't work out. They tried to get what's his name? The Steelers starter.
Yeah, Mike Wallace. It would be horrible if they got Cordero.
Wallace, Sanders.
Emmanuel Sanders, exactly.
I think they signed him to an offer sheet, and the Steelers matched it. So they need receivers. They signed Danny Amendola, but they really need help on defense. It's surprising how many picks Bill Belichick has spent on defense in recent years, and how few of those have really panned out.
I'm seeing Floyd to Minnesota. Possibly. I was here. That makes sense to me because Minnesota lives on that defensive line.
Well, they're a 4-3 team.
Yeah.
And they had the Williams guys in the middle of that line for a long time.
Yeah.
They got old.
Yeah. They need to replace the bigger one. I think Kevin still got a few years on him. But the pass rush they have is very good. And yeah, good defensive lines, man. I mean, I wish I could see our defensive line as talented as some of these teams like Minnesota and St. Louis and stuff like that, from end to end. We'll just see. We'll see how it works in our 4-3.
Okay, well, what are the Colts going to do here? Oh, Minnesota's in,
yeah.
Has picks here.
Someone said Sharif Floyd, but I'm not sure. I've seen Manti Te'o also.
Well, people are saying what you are. If Sharif doesn't go to one of these Minnesota picks, there is something wrong with it.
Yeah.
We don't.
Yeah, exactly. Because
they've got 2 picks.
They're neat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's probably just weirding people out of him falling, man. I mean, I'd be very reluctant if I was a team right now and I didn't fully, scout Sharif Floyd because I thought he was going to go in the top 5. So, yeah, I'd be worried. I wouldn't take him.
Okay, he is going to Minnesota.
Okay.
I agree with you. That's what I'm seeing here.
All right, I got to text wifey that they got possibly the best defensive tackle in the draft. My wife.
Oh. Oh, she's a Vikings fan.
Yep.
Okay. All right. The Colts. What are the Colts' name? pass rushers. You know, they kept Dwight Freeney, and he's gone now.
Yeah.
Right. Robert Mathis. You know, they were a 4-3 team forever, and they've gone to a 34. Are there outside linebackers, guys who fit that? Let's see who's left.
Yeah, I don't know what to call. Who's their safeties?
I don't know. Let's see. Warner is still around. Teams are working him out. Carradine is not a fit for them.
Yeah.
Devontre Moore could come into play for them.
I was seeing a lot of defensive ends for them. A lot.
Right. Guys who can stand up and play outside in a 34.
What are they doing now? This.
Who's the colors here?
Oh, they're shaking hands with the military. Love that. Love the military. Man, this is the part of the draft that sucks because these good teams.
We're just sitting around.
Yeah, in these good, it's two things. We're just sitting around, and then we watch these good teams get better, which is annoying.
Okay, Sheriff Floyd's gone. Now, what do you know about this apparent confusion in the Cowboys draft room? I was not watching their war room camp, so I'm wondering what they're talking about. Oh, other people are talking about. You know, there's a little Kremlinology going on. People are trying to infer what went wrong or what went well, judging emotions of the principals in the war room and who looks angry and who looks happy and who looks confused and who looks this and who looks that. I didn't see it. So
yeah, I didn't. I'm not even looking over there. It makes you. It messes with your emotions too much.
You know better than we do. I don't know.
Yeah, one of the guys in my chat room over here, he's looking. And he says the Cowboys are stressing him out. So I think it's good that we're not watching them stress out.
All right, we're just enjoying our company. That's
exactly. Exactly.
No, Bjorn Werner is now a Colt.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Man, yeah, Minnesota got a monster, potentially. Look at them; they're high-fiving. I can't stand Minnesota.
Oh, that's Sheriff Floyd there.
Yeah, I'll be at that game this year. I'll be at the Minnesota-Dallas game.
Okay, so we're 24 picks in. 6 picks between now and the Cowboys pick.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, because the Colts got Warner.
Okay, again, let's look at what we got. In the safety world, Cyprien and Elam are still there. Again, I'm half convinced that Cyprien's going to the Ravens.
But that won't bother that won't bother us. Oh well, no, they'll have to wait for us. I mean, we could probably have.
Oh, that's true. We pick ahead of them.
Yeah,
I took it back. That's right.
The teams I'm worried about with those two, Green Bay,
take a safety.
Houston.
Needs defensive help.
Houston and St. Louis.
They could take an offensive lineman as well.
What offensive lineman is left right now? Warford
and Teron Armstead are the guys.
Warford and Armstead.
Okay, Warner just went. Tank Carradine is there as a 4-3 end, but again, he's injured. Devontre Moore is still hanging around. I'm thinking of guys who Dallas has brought in. I don't think they brought in Larry Warford, did they?
Yeah, I think they did.
Did they?
I think I saw. I'm pretty sure I saw them bringing in Warford. But I think I'm looking. I just looked at my board here, and the only thing: Warford, Armstead, Elam, Cyprien.
Okay.
I won't be able to say his name forever. But those 4 guys are what I'm seeing, and my favorite of all those guys is Elam. It's just I don't like Elam's size. Short dude.
All right, so now we're looking. I guess who else is left? Maybe we'll see if there are trades now. the quarterbacks, the next tier quarterbacks.
Now, Geno Smith to Minnesota?
What's that?
Geno Smith to Minnesota?
No, I'm not saying Geno Smith to Minnesota. I'm saying that this is the area of the draft where you could see teams at the top of the second.
Yeah, but I'm saying it might be a good pick for them.
Maybe, but I think they like Christian Ponder.
I don't know why. I mean, he's. I mean,
they just took Xavier Rhodes. The Vikings.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so now there are 5 picks until the Cowboys select. Okay.
Wow, Geno at one point was the number 1 projected pick of the draft. Man, he's like, he should be steaming right now. And there's no, I mean, he's not going to go unless Minnesota's not going to get him.
Now, somebody, look, Jacksonville could come and get him. Who's left? Philadelphia, they were talking about Philadelphia getting him in the top of the first.
Arizona could come up and get him. Yeah, exactly. Philadelphia, if he falls to the second round and Philadelphia gets him, it'd be brilliant for them.
And that's very possible. Minnesota just picked. Okay, so we got the Packers, the Texans, the Broncos, the Patriots, and then the Rams.
Dang, DC. I'm getting messages all over the place. Dang it, we lost 80 points.
Hey, wait a minute. I told you, the Raiders gave away 500.
Yeah, they did. Exactly.
They moved down.
Yeah. And it worked for them, I guess.
It's a buyer's market.
Yep.
So many teams wanted to move down that if you actually wanted to move up, you were able to drive a hard bargain.
Yeah.
It looks everybody who's moved up so far has made off big time on points. The old draft value charts that we find on the internet, they just don't apply tonight to any trade that I've seen.
Colts select Bjorn Werner.
God, they're 2 picks behind the internet now.
Wow.
I mean, these guys they've already made Minnesota's second pick online. Xavier Rhodes, we know is Xavier Rhodes.
Right.
So they've got to speed it up on TV. Because the Vikings' second pick has already been announced. And these guys are probably going to spit out the Packers pick any time now.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking.
I'd like to see the Packers. Again, you don't like to see rich teams get richer, but if there's a need that they can fill, that
Eddie Lacy,
Cowboys, Eddie Lacy.
Eddie Lacy, exactly. I was thinking the same thing. If Jonathan goes, the safety, and Elam goes, I'm going to be really bummed out because the offensive. I mean, I would like Warford and I would like Armstead, but they're just not top.
Hang on. Let's talk about players who got value. Okay, right now I'd say from Cowboys' perspective, Sylvester Williams,
exactly. Thank you for bringing him back up. Exactly.
Teron Armstead. Those are kind of 3 guys who kind of. Again, filled needs who probably are rated in this range. So.
And if we get Sylvester Williams, that would be good for, because in my mock, I mocked us at getting him at 18, but I said it would be great if we could move down in the draft and still get him. So it would be right. It would be okay. I had forgot about him.
Who's that? Sylvester Williams?
Sylvester Williams, yep.
Yeah, and he got lost, and I think part of it is that Sheriff Floyd dropping, everybody assumed that the defensive tackles were going to go high.
Right.
Offensive linemen have gone high, and the position that's dropped tonight, strangely enough, because it doesn't happen.
Quarterback.
Counter to history, has been defensive tackle.
Yeah, and quarterback.
Packers could trade down, and what I'm seeing is speculation. That's what we talked about. A team coming up here to get a quarterback.
Okay.
And that's with me.
All right. Somebody's going up to get Geno. It's a smart move right now.
it throws the Packers into the second round.
Yeah, that's a good move right now for like Philadelphia or Jacksonville or Arizona or the Jets. One of those guys that need a quarterback, move up and get Geno. Yeah, Floyd and Rhodes are two good picks for Minnesota. They did very well for themselves.
But again, you're seeing a lot of guys who are kind of about the same. Good players. They're all good players. But can you really say one guy is dramatically better than the other?
Right.
And this is where the part of the draft where we're in, we're seeing a lot of quote unquote good players. Oh, they finally gotten around to Xavier Rhodes. All right.
All right, now Green Bay trade down.
Well, again, that's speculation. I haven't seen it yet.
Why are they putting their preschool pictures up?
I don't know.
Elementary school. I mean, what's the point for that? I mean, we all were kids, I'm sure. Everybody's wondering, why did we go down so far?
Well, I don't know. Let's see who they pick. But, we're going to see a pick here who's probably going to surprise a lot of people. So.
What with Green Bay?
No, with Dallas.
Well, with Dallas, yeah.
Whenever it comes around.
I'm just thinking it's going to be a big boy unless.
Well, I think where you already got the people gathering outside the gates with the torches and the pitchforks. If it's not a big boy, people are going to start throwing rocks. So.
Yeah, I think a lot of people like Elam, but
I think something tells me that you come this far, you got to take a lineman.
Yeah. But Elam, I don't see Elam. I see one of those safeties being gone by St. Louis's pick. I just think they're there to get a safety, and I think they like what's happening right now. Houston scares me because they lost their safety in free agency, so they might go there, but they need a wide receiver.
Houston signed Ed Reed, if you recall.
Yeah, but for how long? Ed Reed was slipping last year. He was noticeably slipping last year. So
he did not look good in the Cowboys game. He looked terrible.
Yeah, he didn't look good. No, he didn't. So
Dante Jones has just gone to the Packers.
Okay.
Dante Jones from UCLA has just gone to the Green Bay Packers. But here's the thing: we're talking about safeties. The Texans need a wide receiver badly, and there haven't been, aside from Tavon, there haven't been any taken. I think that's what's going to happen. Look, we forget, Andre Johnson is a 10-year veteran. He came out the same year Terrence Newman did. And he's really all they've got at wide receiver.
Yeah. I think the need for wide receiver might be a tad more. I think Ed Reed is a perfect stopgap for at least maybe 2 years. They can get some work out of him.
Well, again, it's a deep safety draft, but now the Texans are pretty much getting their pick of the big receivers.
Yeah.
So,
and you don't, and another thing, what I think the Rams did, it move up and get that guy before maybe San Francisco get it, and that's the same way with Houston. They might want to go out there and get that receiver before Tom Brady gets him, because Cordero would be great in New England.
We're also forgetting Menelik Watson. We're not talking about Terron Armstead.
Yeah,
there is another tackle out there. But we'll see.
Wow, we had to wait.
We're waiting
the entire draft.
Hours.
I was contemplating, were we gonna, was it gonna fizzle out by pick number 25, and we just say, all right, let's just go, write our blogs and make our videos and all that kind of stuff for tonight. But we've got to stay here for the duration.
That's okay. Some people gotta move.
The Floyd thing might come back and bite us in the behind. It's just that was a need position for
we'll
us.
have to see what he does.
We'll have to see what he does. It's just hard for me to think a guy that was thought that much of just sucks. What is Rich saying? Oh, the Packers are going Dante Jones, Rich Eisen.
Okay, who else? So Houston's on the board.
Houston's on the board, yeah.
I'd have to think receivers going here.
I can't wait to call my best friend and tell him, because he asked me, he said, I wonder what team is going to be the idiot that let San Francisco get their spot. Twas us. Cotton, yeah. The second round, someone said the second round values are being selected now. It's like, yeah, that's pretty much true. I think we still got those safeties in
second round values have been selected probably for about the last 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
This guy looks more like a 43 end. Well, no, he's big. I didn't realize he was 285 pounds. So
yeah. I really liked him, but I thought he was a 4-3 end.
So, how many picks now between Dallas? 4 picks.
We got 4 picks, and if push comes to shove, we've got to tackle.
I don't think Houston is taking an offensive or defensive one.
Yeah, I think they're taking. They've got to take Cordero. They've got to. Poor Geno.
Somebody's gonna take Geno soon.
Have you known of somebody that went? What was the last person that went to New York, that was invited to New York and didn't get drafted in the first round?
Oh, there was a guy. Oh, it happened a couple years ago. There was a guy that did that. I forget. Didn't that happen to who's the quarterback? Jimmy Clausen? Did he last well into the second round?
I think it was Jimmy Clausen. And he wasn't worth a second. Yeah. They saying he's a specialty player there for Dayton for Green Bay. That they'll be able to move him around and cause havoc.
Oh, okay.
Because it just didn't seem like a fit for a 3-4 football team. But I guess it's Mike Mayock said it's their sub packages, which makes sense. You know, you put in your guys that gonna be able to get to the quarterback and hold up with the blocks.
Huh. What's taking the Texans so long?
Has Houston made the pick yet?
No, they've still, and they're almost out of time.
They're two. I guess they got caught up. Gino, you can go on home.
I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, Gino, you can go home now. Get and find out what you want to wear tomorrow. Unless somebody moves up. All right, let me read. What's up, Tyler? Tyler Boykin says Gary is the idiot. Woohoo, go Cowboys. Jerry, I don't know. We just got to see how this pans out. We passed on Moss and the Vikings got him. We passed on Floyd and the Vikings got him. History repeated itself. That's a smart one right there. The sports gaming show. Wonder if Houston takes a chance on Geno. I don't know. Somebody was saying Geno to Houston. I just don't see that. That the 74th pick acquisition only sounds good to me if we wind up using that pick for Terrence. Yeah, it depends on what we pick up at that 74th pick also. Jedi, poor Jedi. Jedi is in England, and he waited up for this draft, and he said 4 a.m. and still no pick for him. Hang in there, Jedi. You show him what real Cowboy fans are like, man.
Oh, finally, the Houston Texans have made a pick.
The pick is in. Yeah, Plexus, I'll give a recap after everything is done.
Oh my goodness, Sylvester Williams?
No.
Andre Hopkins.
Okay.
It was a Cowboys fan who was throwing that name out. Sorry, everybody.
Okay.
Andre Hopkins.
So Hopkins is the pick.
DeAndre Hopkins is a pick. Is this where the teams that like Geno move up to get him with the Patriots?
Patriots would do something like that. I know they're talking to people.
Or to Denver?
Hell, we could do it.
Oh, not again. We need to make a pick.
We could move it and take Philadelphia's spot or take Arizona's spot in the second round. I mean, probably can get the same guy we're going to get now, especially if we go with one of those offensive linemen. I'd be talking to Arizona because Arizona would probably want to get in front of Philadelphia and Jacksonville because those two guys would probably, take a shot at the quarterback. Not San Francisco, not Detroit, not Cincinnati, not anyone else. Wow, I mean, this long and we still don't know anything.
Yeah, but look, they're going to leave tonight with the first round pick.
Yeah.
I mean, there was nothing emptier than 09 when you sat there all night and the second round came. Remember, there were two rounds that night.
Yeah.
And we had to wait until right now, the wee hours.
I remember that.
Second round. And when the pick finally came out, people have been waiting all night and they were all revved up. And they traded out of the second.
Yeah.
And people went home. People went to bed with no pick. And they were angry. And it's turned out the crowd was right.
Yeah.
Terrible draft. So. I don't think the Jones will be crazy enough to deal again. But, hey, with the Jones, you never know. So.
It looks like we're going to have a safety option. I doubt Elam and Jonathan, I'll just call him Jonathan, will go.
Now, here's something to contemplate. All right. If we're going off the board, this is what I call this. Let's call this the Shane McCoy theory. Because, in 09, yes, they missed out on Max Unger and they traded out. But when they traded out of pick 50, when they traded to third, Sean McCoy was still there.
Yeah.
And, hindsight is 20/20. They had just spent a first-round pick and a fourth-round pick the year before, on Tashard Choice and Felix Jones. And everybody was jazzed after Felix Jones' rookie year because he was great for 6 games and he got hurt.
Yeah.
So when they looked at this running back with the first-round pick, they still had Marion Barber. They had 3 guys who were still new, fairly untried, and they thought, we're not going to spend a second-round pick on a fourth round. Probably wish they had that choice back. But anyway, let's say that we get to pick 31. and let's say that the top-rated player on the board is a wide receiver. What will happen if the Cowboys take a wide receiver in the best?
Cordero.
Okay, but let's say it's him, just hypothetically. What would the fan base do if Cordero was the guy? They've waited all this. You talk about waiting all this time and all this pent-up anticipation. What happens if pick 30 comes, pick 31 comes, and Cordero Patterson is the guy?
They're not going to be happy.
No.
Not going to be happy at all.
No.
I mean...
No. I'm with you. That's my point.
And he would barely be on the field because of Miles, unless we do something with Miles. I don't think we can because of his contract.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it'd be like we'd have 3 corners. Sorry, guys. They couldn't hear me for a minute. We're back. We're back. Sorry about that. Had a little snafu.
All right. So, who you like?
Elam?
Cyprian's still there.
Cyprian or Elam.
Watson's still there.
One of them leaving. One of those guys are leaving with and going to St. Louis. So
Cyprian is probably going to. Well, one of those safeties who is probably going to the Rams. Who's New England going to take?
I'm not sure. I know. I don't think. Are we high on Elam? I don't even think we're high on Elam.
I don't know. But we talk about this draft being deep in this and this team draft being deep in that. If you don't pick anybody, you're not picking from any of these people. So
yeah,
we'll see. Okay, Sylvester Williams is a Denver Bronco.
All right, off our list.
2 picks are 2 picks now. And let's hope that these teams are a little faster.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. It's not that late actually. It's 10:14. But I think everybody's been grinding on this since probably at noon this morning.
Yeah, and it's the thing about it, us thinking that we were going to pick over an hour ago, and still waiting. Yeah.
Okay, the Patriots.
That's the wild card. We have no idea what they're doing.
You love this stuff. You know this stuff. Justin Pugh just admitted that he grew up an Eagles fan.
That's funny. Well, New England could get Cordero. Wouldn't it be horrible if Baltimore gets to replace Anquan Baldwin with Cordero Patterson? That'd be like they're losing people and they just filled up those positions beautifully.
Oh, people are punch drunk tonight. I'm seeing tweets that Mike Mayock is saying that Monte Teo could fit with any team.
Please take Teo so my draft board would look okay.
Let's see here. Well, you and I are joking, but I'm sitting in my living room. You're sitting in your house. We can talk.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the fans who have been at Cowboys Stadium all this time?
Oh yeah. Well, a lot of them are wasted now. They don't know what's going on because they timed it till we were picking on them 16th, and now they're done.
Jerry factored that into his decision. It's like, hey, we're making a lot of money at the stadium tonight. Let's keep them an extra hour.
Hey, you can't put that out of the equation.
No, not with Jerry Jones.
Not with Jerry Jones.
Ever.
That could be a thing. Let's keep the stadium rocking and sell some more beer.
That's right.
That's our guy.
Say hi to the folks. Whoever's watching.
Was it the puppy?
That's the puppy.
What kind is he?
A mutt.
Okay, cool.
She's a rescue dog.
Oh, cool.
Say hi to the world, Carmen. Say hello. There you go. Oh. Okay, we're getting close.
Yeah, we're getting. Yeah, the doggy is getting airtime. We're getting close.
It's late when the dog is on. All right.
A trade. Oh, thank you, New England, to screw up my day. Now, hopefully, this is one of those guys going up to get a quarterback, so they won't have to deal with the of having that number 1 pick of the second day.
Minnesota has dealt. This is Teo.
Yeah. Oh, this is Teo.
There you go.
3 first-round picks for the Minnesota Vikings. Unbelievable.
3 first-rounders. How about that?
That's raping the draft right there. And to be honest with you, they got 3 real solid picks. But the only thing that's puzzling about those 3 picks, they're all on defense. In Minnesota, I guess the offense is just like, we got this horse. His name is AD. And we got this guy named Khalil in a killer offensive line. Let's just plow people and play good defense.
Probably. I mean, that's the short. They're going to keep it simple.
It's a plan. I mean,
they traded Harvin. Who do they have at wideout?
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's going to play to Ponder's strength. I mean, you could have Andre Johnson on one side and Calvin Johnson on the other side, but Ponder is still going to be Ponder. You know what I'm saying? He's just not that type of quarterback. He's a bus driver. He's going to get you down, field and score on you sometimes, but he's not going to put up like crazy numbers ever.
Well, the Vikings dealt ahead of the Rams. What do they think the Rams are going to take? I mean, you're going to beat somebody. So who do they think the Rams are going to take? I'm guessing it's Teo.
Yeah, I'm guessing everybody's guessing it's Teo, but what if it's Geno?
No, because the Rams are not going to take Geno.
Right. And the Rams are taking a safety, and Minnesota took Harrison last year, so they're good back there. Teo's Mayock's money's on Teo, of course.
How long has this poor man been hyping Teo?
I know. I think for them to spend this pick on Cordero, which might be the guy that they think St. Louis will get, but I just think it's
Cordero. The Vikings have taken Cordero.
Oh wow!
So they got ahead of the Rams. Maybe they thought the Rams were going to take a second receiver, or maybe they thought the Cowboys were going to take Cordero. Are the Rams going to take another receiver? Or are they going to take Jonathan Cyprien?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, who are the guys the Cowboys might like here? An offensive tackle? There are a couple here. Are they going to go receiver? Again, I think there'd be a mini riot if there was... The fans inside the stadium would not be pleased after waiting all this time to see a receiver given to them. Cordero Patterson. Okay, well, now we have the Rams. And your microphone is going out again.
No, I'm still here. Okay. Yeah. I'm just quiet. I'm keeping an eye on it right now. So we'll see. Now we're there. A lot of people are saying Ogletree to St. Louis. No, I don't think Ogletree to St. Louis.
I'm not seeing anything here. Of course, we're in Twitter land. We'll know the pick well before.
Exactly.
Now, the good thing is, barring more trade downs, when the Cowboys come on tomorrow...
What are the Patriots doing?
They got a haul, didn't they?
I know. I mean, do they suck that bad and they need that many picks? Oh, well. How many picks do you need, guys?
Okay, they're about to announce the Cordero Patterson pick.
Awesome.
Oh my! It's been a long day.
Awesome, yeah, very.
Been a very long.
But we're there now. We're at the.
Yeah, we got one more pick. One more pick. Let's see here. Well, who's left?
I know. It's going to have to be a safety.
Do you see defensive? I don't see defensive tackle now being valued. I see receiver, I see safety, and I see maybe offensive tackle. I can't see them if they pass an offensive tackle. Who's going to be left at pick 47? The way offensive linemen are going.
I think there's going to be a safety that's going to be gone now. with St. Louis. I really do. And then I think that we're going to be left with a choice between the short safety, Elam, or Warford, or Armstead.
Or we could see a guy like Tank Garrity.
Yeah.
Or wait all this time for another guy who's going to be rehabbing a knee.
Yeah, and then would only play in spot duty also, but we need it.
And we need. And they can say yes, we need a new guy for DeMarcus Ward. True.
Yeah.
But again, the fans. I'm just glad I'm not amongst them right now.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't feel good if the only thing that would be salvageable in my opinion right now if we get one of these safeties.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Wow, they're just getting around to announcing the
Vikings.
This is bad television. I like the draft, I like watching them make picks, but they've got to figure out a better way to make the picks. When you have 4 months to prepare, you don't need 15 minutes to make a pick.
DJ Schwarzenegger.
To New England?
No. That's another possibility for us. But he's yeah. I heard him moving up the board tremendously late, and I like him too. It's got to be safety.
I have no idea at this point. The Cowboys, they bemuse me. I can't say they excite me. I can't say they happen too many times. If I let myself be frustrated by them, I'm letting them pull me around by the nose, and I'm not going to do that. But I want to root for them, and they're making it hard.
Yep. We lost a lot. I was trying to make people understand we lost a lot of people this offseason.
Yes.
And we can't just replace them.
To continue to lose more
with anybody. Yeah, we can't just replace them with anyone. I know we didn't like Sensabaugh. We didn't like, a lot of players we didn't like, but they have to be replaced. Come on, guys. We need I'm hoping Elam. I like Elam. Just a lot of the way people were talking up Vaccaro, they were talking down Elam because of his size. But he out there in the combine, Elam looked very good to me, very solid. That's what he made me like him. That's why he stuck out in my opinion.
Okay, well, the fetus crawled to a halt here. I guess everybody's watching. I don't know what they're watching. But
yeah, well, he's talking about I think the terrorist attacks or something.
Really, or Boston. Andruzzi wasn't Andruzzi in 9/11 or one of his brothers was in 9/11.
Yeah, I think that's what this is about right here. I didn't pay attention. I thought it was Ryan Khalil at the beginning, but he's bigger than Khalil.
Yeah.
Or Matt Khalil, my bad. Which one's the tackle?
Here
Matt.
Here we go. Thank you, Jason Luckham, for it. People hate you, but this is okay. The Rams have taken Alec Ogletree.
Okay.
At last, the Cowboys are on the board. With some options. Now, offensive line, safety. That's where maybe they go for Kawan Short, somebody like that. I don't know. But
we're next.
Okay, please. I want to go to bed.
I'm ready to go get some
I
eat.
just want to sit down and eat.
Yeah. We're I mean, this is not helping people be excited either. It's really not dragging out the night and then, possibly having a non-exciting pick.
Well, let's see. I'm ready to be mystified. How about you?
Show me something.
You're in the hope business. is.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Hey,
Realize here.
what with our current setup of our football team, we have nothing but hope. And that everything is all the money is stacked on top of the head of hope.
Well, hope needs to take a tangible form here. Let's see. Looking for any little bit of.
I'm waiting on you because I'll get the information from you before these clowns. I'm talking mainly you, me out with your horrible
It's
prospect
Alec
list.
Ogletree. Okay, they're talking. Alec Ogletree
Yep.
is around.
Ogletree.
Alec Ogletree is around. Yes.
Now, don't they? What? Yeah, I guess the same. They don't have good linebackers there in St. Louis. We're dealing with Rocky McIntosh, I think.
They have Laurinaitis, do they not, at middle linebacker?
Yeah, and Laurinaitis in the middle. But I think Ogletree will be their weak side linebacker, correct?
Probably.
Yeah. All right, checking. That was a cough to check the volume.
Deep breaths. Deep cleansing, calming breaths.
It's coming soon, people. It's coming soon.
We think we may be waiting for another trade, another trade tomorrow. Who knows?
People are saying, I gotta see this. People are giving, saying Jason Garrett is not happy sitting there.
They've been
He's
saying
like,
that
what
for
am
a
I
couple
doing?
of hours.
What am I doing here?
Okay.
I gotta text wifey. Jeez.
Hang on here. Well, she's got a lot to. You're going to hear it tonight, my friend. You're going to hear a lot of it. About three players worth tonight.
Wow, 3 first-round picks for the Vikings.
So Patterson was the last first round grade on the Cowboys board. See, I was warning you, and who are they going to take now? Cordero had a first round grade, but again,
I guess you're okay with getting somebody with a second-round grade here.
what if they took him and they said, "Hey, he was our last first round grade"? Would you be happy with a receiver?
No.
No, nor would I.
No. Although that would put us.
Who was the last first round grade? If this was the last one, who was the next to last one? How long ago did the next to last one go off the board?
Yeah, and if you knew this, why did you leave out of the? I don't know.
10 picks ago. I mean, it is possible that you see one or two guys that just hang around because they played a non-priority position. Like, again, Max Unger, center, and he lasted till, like, pick 49. So, it happens sometimes. Sean Lee played inside linebacker, and the Cowboys got him at, pick 55?
Yep.
So, guys with first-round grades do hang around. Who's his counterpart at Penn State, who's now with the 49ers? The other inside linebacker.
Willis?
What's that?
Willis? Or
another one.
Bowman. Yeah,
had
Bowman.
A late first round grade,
Yeah.
and he lasted until the third round because he's okay. The Cowboys.
They're fist pumping. It was a weak. It was a weak fist pump.
The cameras are on. Oh, okay. Yay.
Yeah, I'm listening for the name.
I'm looking for the name here. Can you hear it? You let me know.
All right, yeah, I'm also looking here and waiting for anything to pop up.
Who did they get? Again, I want an intriguing player here. Hopefully a lineman, but somebody with some upside. So, if I see it, I'll let you know. Travis Frederick. Wow.
I'll call you back in a few, Chill, if you're watching.
Wow. Now that's, get ready for the word reach to come out.
What's the rumor right now? What did you just say? Who was it?
Travis Frederick from Wisconsin, an interior lineman, but not a guy who was discussed in this range. But we'll see. So he plays center for them, plays guard, gritty guy. Again, people are going to say, I would be excited about this guy if they took him in a round later, two rounds later. People are going to say, why did they take him there? We'll see.
Poor Geno Smith.
They have selected Travis Frederick. He was an invitee. They must have liked him a lot more than other people did.
I have no reaction whatsoever to that name of that pick.
It's a pure neat pick. I'll say that. It's going to have a lot of people scratching their heads. And again, it's going to have a lot of people using the word reach. So.
I don't know, man. I'm stunned. I've got to go backwards and do research on him, but I guess he was probably the next guard on their board behind. Center. Interior lineman, behind Cooper and Warmack. And I don't know how much immediate help this is going to add.
Hang on just a second. Okay, you there?
Confirmed? Yeah. Is it confirmed?
Okay. Again, this is a guy they invited. I think people, when they were looking at him, were thinking about this is a guy in the third round. And, probably about a round later than we've heard his name, which is, again, and it's going to depend on where they rated him. Think about guys like Al Johnson, think about guys like who they've taken before. What I've heard on Travis Frederick, very gritty player, very physical player. Again, I've read several books. I've talked to several people who said about him, he's not an impressive physical specimen. If you look at him, you say, that's not a guy who you say, wow, what a phenomenal football player. But what I have heard is that he's tenacious. The best line I heard about him was, he's a guy who wears you out. He's smart. He's aggressive. This is probably a guy they project in either one of the guard positions or one of the center positions. We'll see.
Yeah.
And the form, you can anticipate what they're going to tell you. This is a guy whose game impresses you. But he's not a guy who people are going to run to the books and say, yay, they got value, yay, they got this. You're not you're probably going to hear a lot of screaming. You're going to probably hear a lot of anger. Everything's going to depend on how this guy plays. Again, but it's not, and people outside Cowboys world are going to mock the staff.
Yeah.
So and we'll have to see what he does. We'll have to wait to see him in camp. And again, we're going to have to wait to see what they do tomorrow.
Yeah. With the rest of the picks. Yeah. I have absolutely nothing to say. I'm still waiting for the pick to show up, but I'm glad you're here because I didn't research the guy at all.
No, he was one of the 30. He was one of the guys who came to Valley Ranch. Hang on, give me a second here. Let me see if I can pull up his report. Again, he's one of the higher rated centers. Some people have him rated ahead of, Alabama's Barrett Jones. If you remember way back in the spring.
Right.
After bowl games, he was a guy who a lot of fans were in love with. His stock slid quite a bit. And, he is, I'm looking at one book right now that has Travis Frederick as the top rated center.
Yeah, that's the guys at Cowboys Stadium. They're going to be.
They're going to be a little hooing and hawing,
I don't know. Not what a name that they don't recognize, and I'm sure they're not going to recognize this name. Let me.
Yeah, he's an experience. He's got a lot of experience. He's played a lot. He's from a program that produces good players. But again, I think this is a little high. This is higher, significantly higher. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it. I think a lot of people are looking for this guy maybe at the top of the third round rather than at the bottom of the first. So I think that's where you're going to hear a lot of criticism, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of criticism. And the question is going to come down to, how well does he play? There are some people who think, though, that he is the best center. This is clearly a need pick. But again, get ready. The criticism is going to come.
Yeah.
So we'll just leave it at that.
It's going to be, and then people are going to be mad. We got the best center in the draft. What are you guys talking about? It's about to go back and forth.
There are no first round. I mean, my guess is that this guy's rated on their board in the second round.
Yeah.
And being that let's remember that there are probably 16, 20 guys with first round grades available, that they took him here. They're going to say, we had him rated with 10 other players. We wanted to, he's a guy we liked. That's what they're going to say. Now, is the public going to buy it? Probably not. All right. And again, we're not going to get to see this guy until August. We're just going to have to see how he plays. But as a player, if you take the round away, can he be a good player? Yeah, I think he can be a good player. And again, I've talked to several people who like him better than Barrett Jones. And again, if you're looking, as you said, Cowboy partisans are going to grab it and try to spin it and say, hey, we got the best center in the draft. Okay.
Right. But do you think he's a day one starter?
They're expecting him to be. If they picked him here.
If they picked him first, you're going to have to be. And that's the thing.
Yes, they're going to expect him to challenge and beat out. If he's the 31st pick in the draft, their expectation is that he's already as good as Travis Cook and as certainly better than David Arkin. He's probably kind of out of the equation.
And McKenzie.
And right. Well, are they going to play him at guard or are they going to play him at center? This kid's been a center.
Yeah. Well, they played McKenzie at center for a while, and it's really not.
I think right now, if you put the depth chart together, you put his name at the top, you put him ahead of Phil Costa, you put him ahead of Cook, and basically it's his position to lose right now. So, again, I think people are happy that they have a center. I don't think people are going to be happy that they took him here. That's how I see it.
Yep. I'm not happy at all. I mean, it's just it was a long drawn out night that ended in a thud.
Yeah, and you're right. Now,
here it is.
And this is going to be very.
I want to hear the audio.
People are gonna chuckle. People are gonna, hey, Cowboys bring it on themselves. That's what I'm saying. And it's going to put a lot of pressure on Travis Frederick.
Yeah, it is.
Because, he may be a solid player, but and you have people in the gallery throwing their hands up saying, who is this guy? All right?
Yeah.
I mean, from what I understand, he's a good hard hat player. And, had they brought him out of the third round, I think people would be looking at him and saying, ooh, I really like this guy. Ooh, he's a tough guy. Yeah. Oh, this guy can be a fan favorite. But he's a first-round pick now. So, unfortunately for him, I think that's going to stack perception against him.
Look at Michael Irvin's face.
It's certainly not going to lessen the sniping at Steven and Jerry.
No.
So...
And the rich get richer with the Ravens to finish this thing. I mean, they ran up with their pick, so I think that's going to be Keenan.
The Ravens, the Ravens know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Ravens will pick somebody good, and then we'll move on to day 2. But let's see what Let's see what they do. You know, they have 3 picks tomorrow. Let's see what they do with those.
Yeah. I mean, we got that number 74.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. It's the bad thing is we have to wait so long again tomorrow for a pick.
Well, again, Brian Billick makes an interesting point.
Matt Elam.
Compare this guy to Peter Kantz, who came out last year.
Okay.
Who's point guard for the Falcons.
Okay.
I think Kantz was higher rated, but by how much? And
Kantz was considered a first rounder though, right? A late first.
He was a guy he was talked about in the turn. The Falcons got him about around where the Cowboys are going to pick tomorrow in the second round.
Okay.
Kind of in the 40s, I believe. I can't remember the exact pick. But I think, Frederick went higher. Certainly went higher. And poor Michael Irvin.
Yeah. I got it on mute right now. I can't hear the
I was watching him. I was watching him roll with it here.
But oh well, I guess that's how our draft day pans out, and I guess I'm gonna go and look at a lot of.
It's a pure need pick.
Yeah, and I hate that sometimes.
Sometimes that drives crazy.
Yeah. And it forces you in bad positions, and then of course the crowd like, oh yeah, we needed a center, blah blah blah. So.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's just the value thing. I mean, we lost 60 points, which is not bad because like you said, it was a seller's market or what do you say, buyer's market?
Well, it seemed that way. It seemed that at the end of the first, New England certainly got full old board value for their trade.
Yeah. All right, Raph. To wrap up the show, I have a special caller, Mr. Mr. DC Fanatic. I hadn't heard a word he said yet. I'm waiting to hit the speaker button. All right.
I'm going to put my windbreaker on here. Hang on.
Hi, DC. How's it going?
Put the hoodie on.
Travis Frazier. I mean, Frederick. I didn't even know the guy.
Travis Frazier, Frederick. Who gives a shit? This kid's a third-round center. And the Cowboys traded back, held the 49ers, lost draft points, lost the safety they could have taken. They just could have taken Matt Elam. They could have taken any of these
Cyprin.
They could have taken
Cyprian.
They're going to lose all them now, and now they're going to lose all those guys in the top half of the second round. This kid, Frederick, is a guy. This is how you get Frederick in the draft. You're in the early part of the third round. You trade into the end of the second round, and then you can have Travis Frederick.
Yeah.
You don't trade out of 18 to 31 and help the 49ers Super Bowl team get better, and then just go and get a guy that's going to come in and maybe beat out Phil Cobb. That's what you just saw right now.
Hopefully.
They may beat out Phil Cobb.
Yeah. Hopefully. It's. I mean, I can't. It's a pure need pick, but it's a reach, like a reach. And you and Raph both said, he was a third round projection.
He was the best center in the draft, but that also tells you that he's not even a first round pick. Basically, the centers rarely go with the first.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just how it is. So now you couldn't get your guards. I understood they were both gone. Okay. I understood that. You could have taken Sharif Floyd or Sylvester Williams at number 18, and either one of those guys is an immediate starter on the Cowboys defensive line inside next to Jay Ratliff. And then you have a nice, fresh rotation with Jason Hatcher, which is fine. He'll come off the bench. He knows he's 31. And then Sean Lissamore. Imagine that defensive tackle rotation. That's fine. And then you have the two outside guys who are good pass rushers. We want to build this defense into something that can help the offense. Now what we've done is not gotten that guy. Now you have to depend on one of these guys to come in. Now Jason Hatcher's going to have to keep adding weight and start because nobody else that's left is going to beat him at the job at the number one. They're going to have to add weight to him now because Sean Lissamore's not going to be able to do that job.
Yeah.
So you just hurt yourself. You hurt your defensive line right there, and then you didn't even get a guard or a tackle. When you said last year you had Ryan Cook, could have moved Bernie to center, and then you had Phil Costa. You already had 3 guys that were going to compete for this job. You wanted to upgrade the position. Not say, oh, I hope I can get a guy that might compete and might beat out Phil Costa, or if he doesn't beat out Phil Costa, maybe he can be a backup guard. There's no way this guy comes in and they say, here, you're the starting center right now. There's no way.
Yeah.
Because this kid's not that good of a player.
Yeah. That's what I was asking Raph too. I was like, is he expected to start? And I guess you expect the first rounder to start, but is he a talent that will be able to come in and do that? I don't know. I've got to look into him.
If you're the Cowboys and you draft at a position where you have a hole, basically, where you're saying, okay, the center is kind of a hole for us, we don't know, then you stay at 18 and find a guy that's a guard center, maybe. Maybe it's because you got one of the other guys, you could have found, you could have moved Bernie over there.
Yeah.
But that guy wasn't there. You see what I'm saying? That guy's not there.
Yeah.
There was no center guard there at 18, so that's why you just take a defensive tackle. You have other needs on this team.
Yeah.
The team isn't player away. This team isn't one game away. This team is nothing short away. It's far, far, far away from anything great.
Yeah.
That the owner wants to do things to make himself look, hey guys, look how cool I am. I got an extra 3rd round pick. And then you watch the Patriots at the end of the 1st round get 46 picks again and make Jerry Jones look stupid.
Yeah. All right, I'm shutting this thing down, DC. I'm going to get some food. I'm highly disappointed. Just because my night ended with a thud and not a bang or not any kind of pop or anything. It just was like, okay, we got a center. He could start maybe. If he, that's how we're feeling right now. It'd be different if we got an interior offensive lineman that's going to be a definite starter for us, no doubt. But we're gonna have to wait and see this guy.
Well, I just wanted to make this last call because I am on the ledge and now I'm jumping. So
Don't jump.
See
Don't.
you later, everybody!
Don't jump. Don't jump until you see who we get at 74.
I'll be back tomorrow night, no problem.
Okay. All right then. All right. Holla at you. All right. Thank you, Raph. I'm not gonna do tomorrow because if this night was long, just imagine how tomorrow. How tomorrow will be.
Maybe they'll actually make picks that we want to talk about.
Yeah, exactly.
But it gets harder. This is the thing. Is like we devote energy to this.
Yeah.
And the fans devote energy to this. All the fans devote energy to this, and it gets harder and harder to come back.
Yeah.
And it's harder and harder to look at it. It gets harder and harder. Well, before we leave, all right, you still there?
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Why don't we take a look at who's still around? I mean, no telling that the Cowboys would take them, but let's start with the people that we were talking about at the end of the first.
Armstead.
Jonathan is still there, right?
Yep. Armstead.
Who did the Ravens take at the end?
Elam.
They took Matt Elam.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Jonathan Cyprien is still on the board.
Yep.
Let me take a quick look at the safety position.
DJ Swearinger.
DJ Swearinger is still there. Philip Thomas is still there. There are some good safeties still around. At defensive tackle, Kawan Short. There. You got more of the bigger, kind of more sluggo types. Jonathan Hankins, guys like that are still sitting around. Probably still some guys in the 3rd round. I think, they picked up a pick in the early 3rd. Right? They have a pick at 74.
Yep.
That's probably, you can start looking at that and say maybe there's a receiver there. Although, if you look at pick 47 and you look at value, we talked about there were only 2-3 receivers taken today.
Yeah.
Right? For Darryl
3.
Powers, Tavon Austin, and
Hopkins.
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 Okay.
From Clemson.
There could be some value there. That's going to, again, that's not going to thrill people. But if you're looking for value. But then again, you throw up your hands and say, well, was this a value pick? They're going to tell you it was. We'll have to see. They're going to have to work awfully hard to be persuasive. So, I still have to think that pick 74 could be a running back. We've talked about running back. They positioned themselves to where, there haven't been any running backs taken yet. Eddie Lacy's still on the board.
Right. And
they're falling. if they're falling in the early third, you have a very good chance of getting your guy who has a second round grade.
74 could be my guy from Clemson, Andre Ellington.
Right.
Which would be awesome.
A lot of guys could fit there. Andre Ellington. Hey, Jonathan Franklin might still be there.
Yep.
You know, a couple of guys that they like, the Le'Veon Bell from Michigan State, and who's another big guy? I mean, Giovanni Bernard could be there.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people were thinking he's definitely going to go in the second round. He might be the second guy. But there's so many running backs, you don't know the order in which they're going to go. It could be like quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
How many quarterbacks did we see today?
One. E.J. Manuel.
E.J. Manuel.
He's the man. Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
Gino's still there. You got to think that some quarterbacks are going to start coming off the board very early tomorrow.
Yeah. I expect Gino to be in Philadelphia, which would be just annoying. But hey.
Okay. Right.
But all right, Aaron Rodgers had to tweet him. It happened to me, Gino. Hang in there. But all right, I'm gonna wrap this thing up. I'm gonna make a quick video to go on YouTube to wrap this thing up in a minute. But I just have nothing to say. I guess I need to make the video now because right now I really have nothing to say about our pick. Which
it'll be a good short video.
Yeah.
Well, you're numb, and people who are coming to you for answers are going to be numb.
Yeah.
All I'd say is, hope that he's a solid player.
I just hope he's, I can't rip it because it's a need pick, but,
It's not a sizzle pick.
Not a sizzle pick.
We can't sugarcoat it, and we're not going to try. It's not a sizzle pick.
Yep.
It was a pure need pick. So.
Yep. All right.
Well, on to tomorrow. 3 picks tomorrow.
All right, guys. Signing off. I will be, and Raphael Bofel will be live on Twitter all day during the draft tomorrow. You will be on Twitter, right?
I will be on Twitter. When does it begin tomorrow evening? I'm
not sure. I hadn't checked. Usually I just get up in the morning and cut on the TV and wait for them to start picking. Okay. And that's for the big day. So we'll be back tomorrow. 3 picks, and hopefully we can, add some sizzle to our first day.
All right.
Thanks a lot. You have added so much value to this show. It's pitiful. So thank you very much for coming by. I hope you get a lot of traffic from this.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, man.